Well, thank you for joining us for this digital-only show on Decision 2024. I'm Brian Holmes. We're going to be here with you for the next hour or so, probably longer, though, taking you across Idaho for election coverage throughout the state. We will be commercial-free while we do this online-only version of election results, but we may step away for quick breaks throughout the show, so bear with us. We could be dipping in and checking in some live shots from outside the area as well. So polls have been closed in southern Idaho for about 45 minutes now, but the polls in North Idaho, they are still open for another 15 minutes. So we can't start releasing any numbers, or at least the state won't start releasing any numbers until all polls are closed across the entire state. So stay tuned for that, which means we won't expect to see these results start coming in until after 9 o'clock Mountain Time. We'll bring them to you as soon as they get in to the newsroom here at KTVB. We do have team coverage across the Treasure Valley tonight as we wait for those results to come in. We have Abby Wilt live at the Canyon County Elections Office in Caldwell. She's standing by there while they're continuing to tally up their ballots, absentees first, and then waiting for the results at 9 o'clock. Aspen Shumpert is live at the Ada County Elections Office, where counting is just about to get underway there as well at the top of the hour. Hunter Funk, meanwhile, is at the GOP headquarters in Meridian, where some of the candidates have gathered to watch the results trickle in for tonight. And of course, Abby Davis is at the Democratic headquarters. That is at the Grove Hotel in downtown Boise, where they have gathered for the night tonight. We're going to get to all of them in just a little bit, but first we'd like to welcome in Dr. Stephanie Witt, Boise State political science professor, who's been here for many election nights, and we welcome you back. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
Some of the things, obviously, that the big ticket items that we're watching tonight would be, starting with, well, Prop 1 here locally.
Right. This is the Prop 1 and the constitutional amendment are the only statewide things we're voting on this tonight. So Prop 1's gotten a lot of money, a lot of attention. Now, you have to be a diligent voter to get to it all the way at the end of your ballot. If you voted in person today, you may have noticed that you had to...
It's on page 3.
Yeah, you had to go through a lot of magistrates here in Ada County and so on to get to that. But the turnout will be driven by this proposition and interest in it.
Yeah.
The Republican establishment mostly against, and a well-organized proponent force getting voters out and educating about Prop 1.
And talking about that turnout for just a little bit, we'll get into more of that as we get through the hour and a half or so, or an hour and 15 minutes from now. But it's been pretty busy all day long at a lot of polling locations from Canyon County to Ada County. We're hearing reports in Horseshoe Bend that there are lines that are at least an hour and a half long. We'll get to that in just a moment, get to explain. But that's kind of been pushing kind of things for today. That's kind of been the trend. What are the things you're watching when it comes to other items on the ballot this election?
Well, I would like to say that every legislative race is competitive, but really the pundits are watching 3 or 4 districts that look like they might have a competitive legislative race. One is in West Boise. That would be District 15.
Okay.
The other is District 6 up near Latah County and the University of Idaho.
Right.
And the third is District 29, which includes parts of I want to say...
Blaine County?
Pocatello.
Oh, Pocatello.
Pocatello.
Okay.
Yeah, 26 is also something to keep an eye on in Blaine County. When redistricting added a bunch of Jerome County to that district, I think it lessened the blueness of that district there in Blaine County. So 4 districts that might be competitive.
Yeah. There's also some county commissioner races we'll be keeping an eye on, some bonds and levies, some school districts trying to get some extra funding throughout the night. We'll keep tabs on those. Again, results should be trickling in here just in about 10 to 12 minutes. We'll start to see the beginnings of that. But we also want to welcome in KTVB's chief political reporter, Joe Paris, over at the touchscreen tonight. Kind of give us as they come in, these live results, you'll be able to take us through on our website at ktvb.com.
Yeah.
So show us kind of what that's going to look like, Joe.
All right, so if you want to, I guess, follow along at home, you can go to ktvb.com/elections. It will take you to this page, and we are going to be following, of course, the presidential race. We likely know who's going to win in the state of Idaho. Proposition 1, HJR 5, about non-citizenship voting. We'll talk about that coming up. And as Brian just highlighted, both United States House seats up for the state of Idaho in District 1 and 2. So these will be the numbers coming in. We'll get to that. But also, we will go through the Secretary of State's website. They have these great tools. Gabe and the great team over at the Secretary of State's office has built these maps. So we'll be able to go through the state of Idaho and see county to county, precinct to precinct, what areas were voting in favor of Proposition 1. What were some of the splits like in those legislative districts that could be swing areas? Of course, we know that tonight we are going to be focusing on the state of Idaho, but we will also be zooming out and taking a look at the United States presidential map here. You can see Donald Trump with an early lead in the Electoral College. Something really new for the Secretary of State's website this year is close races. So in the past, we've had to kind of monitor quickly, like, what is a close race? What are people most interested about right now? These close races, we'll be able to just have them all up for grabs at the same time. And a close race is within 8 percentage points, by the way. And then our friends at the Associated Press, they are also tracking the ranked choice voting situation across the state of Idaho. It'll be super interesting to see how this breaks down. Brian, Dr. Witt, we've got a long night ahead of us. I know some folks are probably already saying, well, when will the results be in? When will we know? It will be likely late tonight, but we will be here with you the entire time.
Yeah, some of these close races you talk about, like Prop 1 could be a close race. We may not know that before the end of today. We might have to go into tomorrow with those. And of course, the presidential elections still up for grabs, at least for the time being. All right, thank you very much, Joe. So we keeping tabs on what's happening at KTVB.com with the results coming in just about 10 minutes or so. We'll start to see those trickle in. But until then, we're going to send it out to Canyon County. That's where we find Abby Wilt, who's standing by there. Abby, you seem to be at the elections office where things are really starting to get a little bit busier there.
Yeah, things are starting to pick up a little bit here. We just got here about 10 minutes ago, and ballots have not come in yet. They're starting to trickle in, but polls did close at 8. However, if there were long lines, people could stay in line and vote if they were already in line by 8 o'clock. So election officials are telling me the ballots are going to start trickling in here at around 9 o'clock, so we'll be here for all of that. But so far, we do know, we just learned that it is a record year here in Canyon County. So far, over 94,000 ballots have been cast, and in 2020, only 91,000 ballots have been cast. So the 94,000, of course, that could still continue to go up, but that is a combination of in-person voting today, early voting, as well as absentee ballots. So we do know it has surpassed the amount of people that have voted in 2020 so far. But again, we'll be here to keep an eye on everything for you throughout the night. And I want to check in now with Aspen Schumpert. She's in Ada County. Aspen, what are you thinking out there?
Yeah, Abby, thank you. We've been bouncing around Ada County for the last few hours. We ended up in Star to watch the last few voters walk in and cast their votes. We've made it back to the Ada County headquarters where we're going to get some updates from Trent Triple, County Clerk. What can you tell us about voter turnout this year?
Well, we've eclipsed what we had in 2020, probably by about 7,000 or 8,000 voters so far that we've been able to see. We're still processing some absentees, and obviously we'll get some last-minute lines in that are still out there voting in their precincts.
And what did the last hour look like for voting? Did you run into any issues, any major things that we need to hear about?
All day today, the only thing that we've seen that has caused a little bit of longer wait times than we would have wished is registration, same-day registrations. And that's what's creating a couple of lines out of Meridian, at Meridian City Hall, as well as the Baptist Church on 10 Mile. A lot of people there wanting to register and vote same day.
And we have some action behind us. We're seeing multiple cameras. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of things are going on right now. We're processing absentee ballots that we've had over the last several weeks. We're also intaking ballots from our precincts as they're closing and they're making their way here to headquarters.
And we saw some traffic control also happening out front. What are you guys preparing for the next hour or two?
Well, there'll be about 160 cars coming in, and they'll probably all hit us about the same time as they're closing the polls. That's all of the chief judges bringing back all of the elections equipment as well as the ballots so that we can tally them here.
Awesome. We are going to give you viewers a live look of those cars coming in. For now, I'm going to send it over to Hunter, who's at the GOP headquarters.
Yeah, things are active right now. Spirits are high. You know, they've been watching the presidential campaign, getting excited, seeing some of those electoral votes be approved for now. Now, we're also hearing from different people. We've heard from Senator Crapo, Senator Risch. They've come in just supporting the presidential party. Now, the other thing to know, Prop 1, that's the big thing on the ticket item. They've highly campaigned for this. They want people to vote no. They've put out the signs, you've read them. They've said, don't Californicate Idaho. So that's one thing that they have mentioned. Alongside HJR 5 that have passed, it would change the language in the Idaho Constitution to be more specific on that, saying that people have to be a citizen of the United States. Again, just one other thing that they want to see passed. There's also big candidate races that we've been keeping track of. District 15, you guys were talking about it earlier. That's one of the big contested races. I have a list here. Cody Galloway up against Rick Just. And then we also have, that's for senator, and then we also have representative position A, Steve Birch against Annette Tipton. again, watching those ones. We also have the Republican Party with Simpson, U.S. Rep. Mike Simpson facing 3 challengers. And then we also have some just big players coming out. Again, Risch, Crapo, they're here just supporting the party. So right now spirits seem pretty high. Cheers all across the board. So we're going to take it over to the other side, the Democratic headquarters, with Abby Davis.
Thanks, Hunter. This watch party has really filled up in the last 20-30 minutes. It's a mix of candidates, family members, family friends, of course, community members that are very, very invested in what happens here tonight and over the next couple of days. Right now, Boise Mayor Lauren McLean is speaking to the crowd, talking about the effort to get the vote out this election cycle. Before she took the stage, Democratic Party Chair Lauren Necochea spoke, saying that she is so grateful for everybody who has cast their ballot in this election, saying that the Democrats around the state stepped up and they leaned into the challenges that come with being a Democrat in Idaho. She also talked about reproductive freedom at one point, saying the Democrats are the only ones that Idahoans can count on. So, as you can see, lots of applause. Spirits are high at this current moment, but a big focus right now is on the national race. Of course, local politics, very, very important, but most of the people that I'm talking to tonight, their attention is on what happens in the presidential race. I talked to about 10 people a couple of minutes ago, just going table to table and seeing how they were feeling. Right now, the general consensus is that they are cautiously optimistic. Of course, we'll see how things end up shaking out, but one couple said they are very concerned about the future of this country if Donald Trump does get elected. At one point saying, one couple told me that they would even consider leaving the country if he does win. Of course, in their minds, they are staying optimistic. They're staying hopeful that that doesn't happen, that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz win, but we will see. And of course, coming up here shortly, we will also try to grab some candidates, hopefully talk with the mayor, Lauren Necochea, coming up here shortly as well. Brian, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. And we'll be checking in around the horn like we just did with both Abby's, Aspen and Hunter, and of course, anybody else that has, and Joe, of course, at the touchscreen. But I want to touch on, since we're talking about the Democratic Party right now, or at least coming out of that, there has been a kind of, I want to say a resurgence, but in this last election cycle, starting with the primary, the Democratic Party in Idaho kind of doubled their efforts, literally and figuratively, with the number of candidates that jumped into action beginning with the primary.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to win if you don't run.
Right.
Right. So the best sign of progress that I've noticed is what they've been repeating, that they have at least one Democratic candidate in every legislative district.
Right.
Now, of course, every district has 3 different positions, 1 in the Senate, 2 in the House. So it doesn't necessarily mean that every race has a Democratic candidate in it. Our unopposed rate this cycle is right around 27%, if you don't include the constitutional or Libertarian Party folks.
Yeah, I think we're like in 2022, there were 45 Democratic candidates on the general election ballot. And in the primary, there were 87 Democratic candidates. So they kind of made that. I think a lot of that has to do with what happened in the midterms and with the Dobbs decision coming down in 2022.
Yeah, I think it's a long game to get the Democrats to be competitive in more districts across the state, and to maybe get to the place where they are competitive in statewide races. And the last Democrat to win a statewide race in Idaho was Marilyn Howard in, I think, 2003.
Wow, yeah, okay, so 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's impressive. Okay, so the other, I just want to quickly, the Proposition 1 that we talked about a little bit, just break that down. This is the one that Hunter touched on at the GOP headquarters. They were very much against it.
Right.
This is the one that would instill or open up the primaries, and be a top 4 winners would go to the general election, and that would open it up for a ranked choice runoff, instant runoff election for the general election.
Correct. 2 parts to it.
Yeah.
We know from some of the Boise State polling from last year that voters are generally supportive of opening the primary.
Right.
Now, whether they understand that to be exactly what we used to have or a newer version, which this would be a little different than what we had before, but it would open it up to all voters. Remember, we have about 270,000 independents.
Yes.
Okay, so that would make it easier for those folks to participate in a primary if they want to.
Right.
Okay. The second part is the ranked choice voting or instant runoff, and it helps me to keep it straight to the extent that I do by remembering that we're switching the decision rule from whoever got one more vote than someone else to you need to get 50% plus one to get elected.
Yes.
So maybe we hold the election with 4 people and one person gets 50% plus one, we're done.
It's all over, yeah.
Right.
That's the majority.
Otherwise, then we go to moving to the second and third and fourth choices to redistribute the votes. The lowest vote getter is eliminated each round.
Each round, yeah. So we got a lot of questions through the last several months actually, about why they couldn't separate. I'm in favor of one, but not in favor of the other. They wish they could have separated them or done one at a time. We'll see how it plays out. Well, polls are now closed across the state of Idaho. It's 9 o'clock now, so we'll be starting to see what the majority or most of the people think about this Prop 1 coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to go over to Joe over here at the touchscreen because, Joe, you're going to be keeping an eye on that as we get through. But there have been some shuffling or some numbers you're looking at when it comes to the national race.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I know that at this point we're wanting to focus on Idaho, but in about 15 minutes is when we're expecting to have that first batch of results, and we'll explain what those are as they come in. But if we take this full screen right now, if you're joining us on local coverage and we're kind of interested about what the national picture looks like right now, if you take a look at the East Coast here, a lot of this is actually looking pretty similar to what we saw at 9 o'clock Mountain Time 4 years ago. The situation, though, that we're following is, again, down in the state of Georgia and down out west, we're going to keep an eye on Arizona and Nevada. So a border state for Idaho right here, Nevada, is a good chance that this is going to be a toss-up here tonight. We know that the path to 270 for President Trump, former President Trump, there are several different ways to get to it. It'll be interesting, though, if that involves Arizona, which at this point, we are seeing some early returns leaning to the left. So if you remember the last several years or the last several cycles, Arizona has been more and more of a purplish state when it was more of a Republican stronghold in years past. Same with the state of Nevada. If you look at the state of Georgia as well, as these results are starting to come in, you can see that there are heavy centers of Democratic turnout in the, I guess what you call the Atlanta metro area, but the returns on the, I guess, the rural counties and kind of the outlying counties and some of the metropolitan areas around the city of Atlanta are coming in for Donald Trump. I was just researching this just a few minutes ago, and it is interesting that if you were to take a look at exactly 4 years ago at about the same time, the electoral map looked very similar. The question is, will Georgia stay red or will it turn blue like it did 4 years ago, as we're seeing some results coming in on the West Coast? These actually just came in real time if you're watching here. Washington, Oregon, California, just a minute after their polls close, are now going blue. So for a sizable part of the night, we've seen former President Trump with what you would say is a pretty big lead out here. But Brian, now with the state of California coming in, we're starting to see how the swing states and the swing districts are really going to make a major difference here tonight. So again, we're keeping an eye out for those Idaho results that start coming in. But for folks that are following at home, the situation we're in tonight, very similar to 4 years ago.
According to that map you're looking at now, the results stand how right now? And so 54 electoral votes from California. It stacks up right now. What are we looking at when it comes to the presidential race, the number of electoral votes?
I will update this in
there.
real
It goes
time.
179 to 214.
Mm-hmm. So you can see there that
54 votes really closes that gap.
It really does. And, so the state of Florida and the state of Texas came in fairly early for Donald Trump, as was expected. And, of course, California, we were expecting that to go for Kamala Harris. Now that the pieces are starting to fall, and you can kind of just look at this 270 map and see where things are starting to fill out. You can see kind of in the center of our country right here, in the Midwest and such, the red belt here is going to be something we keep an eye on throughout the night on the national stage. Pennsylvania, again, we'll find out here in a matter of hours just how different it is. But the early returns that we're seeing reported from our partners at NBC News, Pennsylvania is going to go down to the wire. Same with the situation out in Georgia. A wrinkle in all of this is we've heard reports of bomb threats at polling locations in swing districts and swing states. The question is, at the local county level, at what point do they say, okay, well, if we were supposed to close the polls at 8 o'clock, we're going to extend that because so many voters had to evacuate the area. So we'll find out here in the early morning.
They've done that already in Georgia and in Arizona, extended the polls opening or closing, I should say, because of those bomb threats. All right, thank you very much, Joe. Okay, so this night and this next hour or so is going to be pretty fluid, as we're going to kind of want to go where the action is. Now that the polls have closed across the state of Idaho, we'll start to see some of these results trickling in at some point. I'm not sure if we're going to have the crawl on the bottom of the screen, but we will check back in with Joe to get some of those numbers to keep us updated as the evening progresses toward the 10 o'clock hour. But as I said, we're going to try to go to where the action is, and I understand we're going to go now to the Democratic headquarters in downtown Boise, and that's where Abby Davis is standing by with Boise Mayor Lauren McLean. Abby?
Well, Mayor, this has been a record-breaking year in terms of voter turnout in Ada County. What does that mean as mayor of Boise to see such an invested community?
You know, I've always said that what makes Boise so special is her people, and we are engaged, active residents, and we see that in the way we vote too. And I gotta say, it was so much fun to have early voting at City Hall. The line was out the door. People were coming through all day. I'd go down and say hi to folks, and then a lot of people dropped in my open office hours to say hi after. It was great to see so many people voting.
In your mind, what is really top of mind for Boise voters right now? Of course, we have Prop 1, some battleground or a battleground district in West Boise. What have Boiseans been telling you over the last couple of days, last couple of weeks, months?
Yeah, you know, I hear from Boiseans, as you know, all the time, and I've been knocking doors too for candidates. Say the top of mind issues are making sure that we've got homes we can afford and a community that provides opportunity and is ready for the future. And so I'm hearing that at the doors. I hear that when residents are saying, look, we want a state that provides child care opportunities, works with cities to ensure we've got homes people can afford, and is proactive about creating jobs and opportunity for residents.
Of course, Republicans hold a supermajority in the legislature. As a Democrat, as the mayor of Boise, how are you feeling about the Democrats' chances to move the needle a little bit more in their favor?
You know, every year is different, and I look forward to seeing the results, but I'll say this, that we work with anyone that shares the values of putting the people first. And so the numbers of Democrats in the legislature are small. They're small but mighty folks that get a lot of stuff done because they put people first. They're fighting for our future and for our families. I deeply appreciate the sacrifices they make as candidates and appreciate the work that we're able to do in partnership with elected people, with people of all stripes around this city to address the needs that are most pressing for residents.
So last question for you. The night is very young. I know you're leaving the watch party here pretty soon. Where are you headed?
I'm going to go visit the open primaries party because so many people in Boise and around the state volunteered for that. We'll be back to have some conversations with more folks later tonight.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We really appreciate your time, and we will send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. We're kind of, as I said, waiting for some results to come in, but we're starting to see a little bit of hint of what's happening with Prop 1. Early numbers coming in just from a couple of counties around the area, and it looks like, well, right now it's looking at about 74% saying no. But again, these are very early numbers, right. And again, we're just at 9:08 in the evening.
It looks like that's about 70,000 votes there. So too early to tell.
Right.
And remember that here in Idaho and across the country, the Democratic voters tend to be concentrated in the urban areas. So that's why in the swing states, they're shading red, but let's wait till, for example, in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia gets their votes in. And the same here in Idaho, when the Ada County votes hit that Prop 1 tally, I expect to see a little bit closer, not predicting it'll pass, but I think the Republican establishment has really come out against this. And I think it's sort of given the ground to the progressives and the Democrats to argue on behalf of Prop 1.
Has that focus been strictly on Ada County, or have they kind of broadened that as well?
I think they've done an amazing job of running a statewide campaign.
Against Prop 1?
The Republicans have,
yes.
And the Democrats have done a good job, not the Democrats, but the proponents of the
Idahoans for open primaries.
Right, know, they've really done a good job of trying to get a grassroots campaign all across the state. And obviously they had great interest just to get the signature requirement in Idaho. It means you have to be working in all those districts to get the signatures, to get it on the ballot in the first place.
Okay. Hey, Joe, you got an answer? I got an answer or question for you. Yeah. Hopefully you have an answer. So looking at where these results are coming in now, when it comes to Prop 1 and some of the other measures. You can see HGR5 above that as well.
Yeah, we can start with HGR5 for just real quickly. A strong majority so far have at about 70,000 votes. 70% say yes, they want to add that you have to be a citizen to vote in the state of Idaho in elections. It is, to be clear, basically already in Idaho law, but proponents of this wanted to see solidified with specific language. Down to Prop 1, though, as we're talking about that, as Dr. Witt highlighted, some of the votes coming in are going to be from areas that are not in the Treasure Valley, except we are just seeing that Canyon County has their first batch of results in so far on Prop 1. You can see there about, well, maybe, there we go. It's early in the night. All right, so you can see here that about 30,000 say no, about 8,500 say yes on Prop 1 in Canyon County. So again, these are likely the early votes that are getting processed. Again, until the polls were closed, they couldn't start tabulating them. What they were able to do, though, in advance is start to flatten things out, start to get things going correctly. So we will likely see some pretty sizable numbers coming in this race in the next, I'd really say 5 minutes. I know that 9:15 is usually kind of that golden time for the big first batch. If you're curious, though, as we're just looking at the presidential race, again, nothing in Idaho has come in so far, so you see a big gray map. This will likely be filled with mostly red coming up in the short term. And then as we zoom out to the AP map here on the presidential race, again, 179 for Kamala Harris, 214 for Donald Trump. We're keeping a close eye on that. Again, though, for the most part, the results are not really in yet, but at the Secretary of State's site, they directly get their votes in through the counties. You can see here. It is a start of red for Proposition 1 in far eastern Idaho, far western Idaho, and up north near Lewiston. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I think really in the next 20, 30 minutes, we'll get a pretty good idea of how Idahoans feel about Prop 1.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. And we want to kind of show you, give you a bird's eye view, or at least an inside look, of the transparency that elections are taking place right now. This is an inside look at the absentee ballot room there in Ada County Elections Office. Earlier this evening, there were some boxes that were stacked up there, so obviously now they've taken those out, starting to process them and tally some of those absentee and early voting ballots. That's going to be taking place throughout the evening. You see the carts going by. A lot of activity, just not necessarily inside this cage, but they want everybody to know that you can check this out at any time at home if you'd like. We're going to bring you views from inside Ada County Elections Office because, again, they want to be as transparent as possible.
Well, I think that Secretary of State McGrain, and previously when he was the Ada County clerk and in charge of our elections, was really at the forefront of ensuring that transparency was there, that people could watch and do the checking that they felt necessary to ensure voter security. So I think our elections officials here in Idaho have done a great job of making the security a priority, the transparency available to anybody who wants to watch. It's a lot harder to claim that someone stole a ballot box or that something got lost or misplaced when you can actually call up the footage and see what happened or didn't happen. So I think, I'm hopeful that this gives voters some peace of mind about the security of the voting process.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's kind of what they do. All right, well, let's now head over to the GOP headquarters out in Meridian. Hunter Funk is standing by with, well, a politician who's probably not as anxious tonight as some of the others that are actually facing, votes.
Yeah, we're with U.S. Editor Jim Rich. Okay, he just mentioned that you might not be as anxious as others. Is that true?
I didn't catch that. What do you mean?
Are you anxious tonight? I mean, you don't have a race that you're running for. How you feel?
No, I'm not. I don't have a race tonight, so I'm glad to be here in that regard. They just called the U.S. Senate race in Ohio, which puts us back in the majority. So Mike Crapo and I are going to be chairman again of. There's 4 Super 8 committees in the Senate. Idaho will have chairman of 2 of those, myself and Mike. So, yeah, that's the reason for the big smile. So,
all right.
Election night, glad to be here always. It's always a great party.
So that's why you're up on stage. You're kind of getting everyone excited tonight, really just hoping for the presidential win to be Trump tonight, right?
I hope so. That's absolutely right. Interesting fact for Channel 7, this party used to be at Channel 7 at the patio out there that they had way back in the day. But this party was there. There was very little, if any, Democratic Party back in the day, and so Kruger and the crew, they had food, they had adult beverages, and it was a big party at Channel 7. So you guys didn't have to go anywhere to do the interviews.
I mean, that would be pretty fun. You're stumping me on some of my knowledge there. I didn't know that. Okay, my other question, just how are you feeling? Is there any other races that you're watching tonight?
Well, we're we're still watching the Senate races. Obviously, the bigger cushion we can have, the better. Montana's one that we're watching really closely. In fact, we didn't know if we'd win Ohio or not. We're pretty confident about Montana. If we get that, we'll be up. Our numbers will be up there higher. So the more you have, the easier it is to govern.
Easier to say you're pretty confident tonight, yeah?
Well, I'm feeling good. You know, as far as the U.S. Senate's concerned, we're in good shape right now.
And then I guess, how are you planning to keep spirits high for the rest of the night?
Well, all we can do is watch, you know, and as you go through these things, it's always an up and down during the night. You've seen some of that here. We'll get through this. Look, whatever happens, you got to remember, we've elected presidents before. This is the 47th time we'll elect a president. The strength of America is not the President of the United States. The strength of America is the American people. And as long as we have the ability to do this in a free and open way, we're going to continue to be the best country on this planet.
I think you've said it really well. We're all just going to have to sit here, wait, and watch to find out those results. Back to you guys.
Yeah, totally different time. TV stations not hosting parties for political parties these days. All right, thank you very much, Hunter. We'll check back in with you a little bit. Now, we are starting to see some of those numbers come in now. Ada County, some of those are now starting to pop up across the bottom of your screen as we can take a look at some of the results coming in from Idaho. Simpson there, 74% so far in District 2. Trump is leading with 51% to 47%. And then Simpson and Roth there at 74 to 16, if I'm looking at those numbers correctly. So these are just numbers that are coming in from Ada County. We were just kind of looking at the breakdown of the map on the Ada County elections page. And I do remember in 2020, Ada County kind of broke up 53% for Trump and then 46% for Joe Biden. So we're kind of narrowing that gap a little bit, it looks like now.
Yeah.
Early results show that.
I mean, if you go back 20 years or so, you know, you would have seen almost all the legislative districts be either all Republicans or half Republican, right? And so we've seen almost all of the legislative districts that are within the city limits of Boise now have all Democrats or 2 Democrats of the 3 seats. So the question is, how far does that blue just stop right at the city limits? And that's why District 15, I think, is so interesting because it's out there on that western
Boise,
edge.
yeah.
Right.
That's the western edges. We'll keep an eye on there. Okay, so speaking of western edges, northern, actually, this time, we're going to check in with Brenda Rodriguez, who is in Horseshoe Bend in Boise County, because we understand there was a bit of some issue when it comes to ballots earlier today up in Horseshoe Bend. Brenda?
Yeah, Brian, they did run out of ballots earlier today, which caused the long lines. We did talk to people earlier today that had been waiting in line for about 2.5 hours. They only have 2 touchscreen computers, and then the paper ballot, which they did run out. So it's causing quite a line out there. But we do have someone here who voted earlier today. Can you tell us a little bit more about your experience in there?
Yeah, so the line was pretty long. It was like a giant S shape, and they ran out of paper ballots, but we all were able to vote online, and we were all able to choose who we wanted to vote for, and it was awesome. Like, everybody ran through smoothly, and it went really great.
And again, how long did it take you to get through that line?
It took me about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
And my understanding is that you're still in line waiting to vote today. How long have you been waiting for?
So I got here at about 7:56. And I'm still in line. I've been bringing coffee to a lot of the patrons. I've also been taking care of a lot of the people in line. Their kids coming up and getting hot cocoa. Some of the elderly, they haven't been able to withstand the stance, like their legs have been given out and stuff. It's been a rough day here, but it's awesome that they're giving us the chance to have our say and to vote for who we want and respect that.
It's a really long time to vote. What's making you want to stay here?
3 hours, because if I don't vote, I don't have a say. And I believe that every vote counts, and it's our right. If you don't vote and you don't exercise your rights, you don't have them. And then that's when we lose them. And
Small town, small community. Everybody joins together, so we're going to do what we can to keep everybody going until the very end.
Yeah, I've been seeing you guys come in and out here. So you guys work at the coffee shop right next door here.
I work at the cafe up here, at the Corner Country
Cafe.
Barn Cafe.
And so you guys are just bringing coffee over to the people that are waiting in line right now.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
What have people been telling you in regards to you guys bringing more coffee?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's so cold. Please, this is helping us so much.
And we love everybody. We've grown up with over half of them. Over half of them have been our elders since we were little. So, like, it's just us helping the community.
That's what we want to do. We want to make sure our people are taken care of. We'll go the extra mile to make sure that they're taken care of.
Do you know around what time they ran out of those ballots?
It was about 4 o'clock. My sister was here at 3:30. My son actually was here at 2:30, and he said, if you want to vote, you better hurry up because they're about out of paper ballots. And my sister got here at 3:30, and she said they were out.
Yeah, I got here at 3 o'clock, and they were completely out of paper ballots. So you had to wait for the computers, and we only have 2. So it was a really long line, but even the people that are over 90 stayed for the community and decided to help. And it's just amazing. Yeah. So we're deciding to help them.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, both of you, for the interview here. And just like they mentioned, the lines were long. They only have 2 computers out here. Ballots, it looks like they have really gotten through the line here. There's no longer a line outside. Everyone has made it in through the door waiting to cast their vote now. But we're going to continue to stay here to see what that looks like and how long it takes that last person to get through the line. Back to you, Brian.
Yeah, and as long as they were in line before 8 o'clock, they're allowed to get through the line and vote. So here we are coming up at 9:22, and so people are still voting because they got in line before 8. Thank you very much, Brenda. 6,100 or so registered voters in Idaho or Boise County, and population of Horseshoe Bend's only about 800 people. So they really kind of concentrated it there.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe the voters were directed to the paper ballots to begin with, and then when those were exhausted, then only the 2 machines
Only 2
are
stations,
available. So I think I was saying this to you before we came on camera, that it's kind of amazing how well elections do work.
Isn't
when
it?
you think about the number of people involved, thousands of local officials and volunteers and people who maybe get paid a little bit to help on
A stipend, right?
Right. So every once in a while, something goes wrong. Usually not like a theft of ballots or something like that. Just a mix-up. In several electoral cycles, for example, when Meridian was growing so fast, you would see these enormous lines and long waits and maybe, close to running out of ballots out there where so many new people would register on the day of the election.
Yeah.
So you make it work.
You do, and you make it work by bringing coffee to the people that are spending all day out there, more than 12 hours at the polling place.
Well, God bless them, and like those people, what great neighbors, and Chamber of Commerce people there, business down the street from the polling place, bringing the coffee.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to check in now with Canyon County because that's where Abby Wilt is. We're going to get an update on what's happening out in the 2C. Abby?
Yeah, guys, things are starting to really pick up here. We have ballots that have started to come in from the different precincts, and I'm here now with the Canyon County Clerk, Rick Hogebaum. Rick, how'd the day go today?
You know what? The day went well. I'm so proud of our election team, our staff, and over 600 poll workers throughout 45 locations today. It's been a very high turnout day, and things went relatively well. I'm really happy.
I know you have a couple of preliminary results here for us. Do you want to kind of talk through what you know so far?
Yeah, this is breaking news. We are working on the back end with the state right now because for whatever reason we've pushed the results over, but that they're not showing up. So I do have a printout here, and I know that we have over 38,000 ballots that will be in this first release, and that will be a little over a third of all ballots cast. So it is a sizable size, but some of the noteworthy items, I think, Trump is up as president and the Republican candidates are ahead, but some of the local measures, I know the constitutional amendment, that's passing right now with 72% support, and Prop 1, which there's been a lot of interest in that looks like right now 22.4% for, 77.6% against. Again, this is with about 38 38,000 votes, a little over a third of all the ballots, but this is a pretty good sample size probably of how the ballots are going to go. But there's a lot of other local measures like ambulance districts and levies and stuff, and so we really need to get those site-specific locations because all 45 locations are on their way in right now, bringing the ballots in, as you can see, and it will be a long night to get all the ballots counted.
And when do we expect all of those locations to be here by?
Yeah, some locations had long lines right at 8, so they're finishing up voting. Most of our locations were done voting already, so they're in transit here. We've already had some locations already bring their stuff back, so it might be over the next 2 hours plus before we get all 45 locations here. And then absentees was a challenge this year. We had about 25,000 absentees out. It's a 3-page. It's actually a 6-page ballot, but it's a 5-page ballot, but it took 3 pages front back. So that's taken extra time to process. We only have about maybe 7,000 to 8,000 of our absentees processed. So we're going to probably be here until 6, 8 in the morning, just trickling out results from the absentees because you have to open them, unfold them, sort them, signature verify them, and all of that. So, but most of the results will be reported already probably in another few hours once we get all 45 locations in, and then it'll just be a trickle report on the absentees outstanding.
Well, thank you so much for being here with us, and we will be here covering all of that for you here in Canyon County. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. So just to clarify, he's saying they have a little bit of a problem pushing numbers to the state. Is that what he said, Abby?
I'm very sorry.
Yes, so there was a little bit of a problem with the reporting of pushing numbers to the state. Is that correct?
Correct. We got the numbers out to the state, and right now we're awaiting them to call us back to explain what's going on. But we have submitted the first report. 38,000 ballots have been counted. They've already been reported, but they're not showing up on the results page yet.
Yeah, 38,000 ballots have been counted, just are not showing up yet. So
all right. And I think yeah,
stay
that's
tuned
right.
on that.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, Joe, I'm going to ask you about this because it seems as if they are showing up on the Secretary of State's website.
And clearly, the Canyon County Clerk's on TV with our Abby Wilt, so he doesn't have the computer in front of him. Right. I can tell you, again, I can't exactly tell you where each and every vote came from, but as you can see here, as we talk about Proposition 1, sizable advantage so far, over 127,000 Idahoans voting no on Prop 1. However, if you do go look here on the western side of our state, Canyon County, 29,000 say no so far, about 8,500 say yes. If you do the math right there, that's about 38,000 ballots. So I would imagine, and I am guessing, that these are the numbers that this Canyon County clerk was just talking about. I think they might have been pushed through and started showing up inside of the portal on the Secretary of State's website during that interview. Brian, though, as you can see across the state so far, the areas you see in red, these are areas that are voting no. So Bonneville County, they're a no on Prop 1. Bingham County, a no. Cassia, Ada is, you can see a higher number of turnout, but similar story here. Again, the initial results that you're seeing, these are likely the early votes and the absentee vote. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just by the way, since we were talking a few moments ago, Donald J. Trump has been named the winner of the presidential election here in the state of Idaho. If you take a look at the AP results, they now have called that race for former President Trump. So down in the Ada County area, if you're interested, Brian, you talked about the split between Joe Biden and Donald Trump 4 years ago. You can see down in here, these two right here, I mean, they're actually razor thin just out of the Ada County area, a 2,000 vote margin between Trump and Harris. Yep. However, again, that is just the early vote. So this will likely change throughout the night. But results are starting to come in, Brian. And I also know that our partners at NBC News have just called the swing state race of North Carolina for former President Trump. So it's interesting. We're starting to see the different paths to victory for the different candidates.
All right, you mentioned numbers. They're on the bottom of your screen as we continue this online streaming online broadcast of Decision 2024. You can see Proposition 1 in Idaho at 60-40, which is 20% reporting. There's those totals with about 98% saying, or 98,000 saying no, 66,000 saying yes. They'd like to see open primaries and ranked choice voting. Some of the other items that are on the ballot, HGR 5, I saw predominantly against, or excuse me, in favor of HGR 5. That would make the non-citizenship voting illegal in Idaho, which we've talked about before, Dr. Witt, that this would be kind of redundant since what is already listed in the Idaho Constitution when it comes to citizens and voting. Every male or female citizen of the United States, 18 years old, residing in the state and county where they are voting for a period of time provided by law. That's already in the Constitution. This would just say no person who is not a citizen of the United States shall be qualified elector in any election held within the state of Idaho.
Yeah, it's not kind of redundant.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's
Heavy-handed
absolutely
redundancy.
redundant. I think this is, it's not that unusual for states to kind of pass something that's just like something they already have. It's a signal to your base, things they're worried about with the level of prominence at immigration and concern about undocumented people being in the United States. This is a great issue to kind of get everybody fervent about protecting voter security.
Yeah, that's true. And Danny, I'm sorry, our producer, Danny, I'm sorry? Oh, yes. We're going to head it over to the GOP headquarters. That's where Hunter Funk is again. She will be there all night. And right now she has, looks like, the Speaker of the House.
Now it's hot and I'm sweating.
Yeah, you nailed it. We have Mike Moyle, right? He's sweating in here.
It's hot, man. It's hot in here.
I mean, everybody's kind of bringing the heat, I guess you could say, yeah?
Look at all the people, absolutely. And everybody's excited, too.
Okay, well, I'm bringing the heat. We're starting to get the results in a little bit. Again, it's still early, but Prop 1, you have a certain stance on this. I want you to tell us about it.
I hate Prop 1. They want to talk about stuff, but it's ranked choice voting is what it is, and it will ruin Idaho. So hopefully it goes down. The key word there is rank. It stinks, and so hopefully it dies. Early numbers are good. We're ahead by 10. Long ways to go, but that's a good start.
I was going to say, are you nervous about this?
You always worry till it's done, right? It's not over till it's over, but I feel really good because the early numbers are good. It's a good trend.
And then with that being said, too, you obviously have your race. Are you nervous about that one?
You always worry about that race. And remember, after that race, if we're successful there, then we have a leadership race. So we got another month of elections if we win tonight. But it's good. I love the process.
Can you feel like you catch a breath yet? Or when is that moment for you?
Well, it doesn't happen because when I leave here, I'll go load corn, combine corn in the middle of the night. We still have farming and a job to do, too, on the outside. But no, I love it. It's awesome. It's great.
On the farming front, how close are you?
We have a few cattle left to sell, and we still got a couple hundred acres of corn to combine and a lot of groundwork to do, but we're blessed. Idaho's great. I like to laugh, though. We still are farming between the houses. It's a little more difficult than it used to be. And all you guys, I'm sorry about the traffic. The combine doesn't go fast, whatever. It's good.
It happens. Okay, so my last thing for you, just what is your hope for the outcome of tonight?
I'm hoping that Prop 1 goes down and that Republicans take a few seats away from these Democrats and that Donald Trump wins and we get this country back on track. If we can get Donald Trump in there, it can help Idaho with a lot of issues, from land issues to health and welfare issues, a lot of stuff that he can help us with if we had a president would work with us. So hopefully he wins too, and we can move this country and this state in the right direction.
All right, well, we'll probably be touching base with you again on Prop 1, also your own race as we get closer. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hunter. We'll combine corn. Keep that one in my head for a little bit, as well as the farming between houses. Thank you very much. All right, Joe, we're going to play with you for a little bit more about some of these numbers that are coming in now. We're starting to see a few more, maybe, coming in.
We are. Yeah, and some of the counties, and I'll just, just tell you the truth about Idaho. It's a large area. A lot of counties are set up differently than others. 2 time zones. There's a lot to consider when you look at Idaho election results. So I know that one of the questions I actually saw floating online is, well, how come all the county results aren't coming in at the same time? There's not necessarily a uniform way that every single county tabulates their results. They're all within specific guidelines. But for example, some of the smaller Idaho counties, they don't want and don't use the technology that a place like Ada County or Canyon County uses. For example, one of the things that we'll talk about with Secretary of State Phil McGrane, who will be here with us shortly, is kind of what happened out in Horseshoe Bend and the difference between running an election in Horseshoe Bend versus Canyon County versus Ada County. But anyways, that's just besides the point. As we refresh some of the results coming in here, I know a lot of folks keeping an eye on Proposition 1. The Speaker of the House, Mike Moyle, will be happy to hear that Proposition 1 is not doing well if you're a supporter across Idaho. You can see every area with results in is red, indicating a no. If you look at the gross total here down at the bottom, it is about 63% to 37% there. In a lot of the areas that you would imagine that are in favor of Proposition 1 have their early vote already in. While we're here with you, I also want to take a look at the presidential results. results for the state of Idaho. You can see Donald J. Trump over 150,000 votes. Kamala Harris just under 95,000. Something that I was keeping an eye on that is actually on the close race tab so far for the state of Idaho, and actually I think it has fallen off in the last few minutes, was the race, the congressional race in eastern Idaho. But now that we start to see some of the legislative districts coming in, here's one that we're keeping an eye on. District 15, Representative B. Dory Healy and Sherry Baber there is very narrow right here. I know this is an area that folks are keeping an eye on at the legislature. Will this be a Dem area? Will this be a Republican area? Right now, you can see the margin right there, only 4 percentage points. So that is one spot we're taking a look at here. And then down in District 29, Mary Shea and Dustin Manwaring. This is an interesting race because Dustin Manwaring, the Republican, he is a guy that you have seen in some of the leadership conversations at the State House, and he's a guy that I think has aspirations to be a leader inside the Idaho Republican Party. At this point, he does trail the Democrat Mary Shea, and I know this was on some of our radars going into the night. This is early vote again. If you take a look at the actual breakdown in this district, in Pocatello, by the way, out in eastern Idaho, you can see Mary Shea very strong in the south and the west side of the Pocatello area. For example, you can see out at just this precinct, at precinct number 5, 260 to 181. It's an interesting breakdown that you can see here, that there are clearly areas that are just split. I mean, you can literally draw the line right here in between the areas. You'll also notice that if you look at this map, some of the areas that are blue are much larger. So you might say, well, hold on a second, why are the areas larger? Well, it's based on how many people's inside of them. So you can see that in this area, for example, in southwest Pocatello, there is the same amount of voters in one precinct as there would be up here in the north part of the precinct. So just as the results come in, it'll be interesting to see how that breaks down. But Brian, Dr. Witt, as we're starting to get pictures in from what the legislature races are looking like, these close races tabs is something that we'll be keeping a close eye onto throughout the night. Again, though, I just wanted to mention, I just glossed over it because it wasn't on the close races tab. If you look at U.S. District 1, Representative Russ Fulcher ahead of Kaylee Peterson, and then Mike Simpson has now got in front of David Roth, who that was on the close races tab here just a few minutes ago, but you can see here is what I'm talking about. 5% difference now in favor of Simpson. Roth, while we were talking and we were out live, was actually up by a few percentage points, but we weren't expecting that result to hold, so that's why it was not on the close race tab anymore.
Do we have a percentage of reporting on any of those races right now?
For which one?
For either of those. I mean, I was looking at some of the numbers, even on the Shea and Manwaring race. I saw, I mean, do we know what that percentage was? You said it's early voting, but how many votes have they tallied so far?
Yeah. So in District B here for Dory Healy and Sherry Baber, right now they have about 10,000 votes in, and I have a feeling that there's probably a sizable amount in this West Boise area. Again, similar to what we saw in the Pocatello area, you could literally draw a line here, and you can see that these are on the right side leaning left. This is on the left side leaning right. So we'll keep an eye on this whole situation throughout the night, Brian, but as you alluded to, I think there are certainly more votes to come in all of these races.
Still at 937, and we're seeing some of those numbers come in a little bit more. All right, thank you very much, Joe. I believe now we are going to check in with Aspen Shumpert. She is in the Ada County, or at the Ada County Elections Office. As we know how this happens, wherever those precincts are, they got to bring those ballots to the Ada County Elections Office. What's it looking like right now, Aspen?
Yeah, Brian, we've really been bouncing around this building to show you what's going on today. We've made our way to the back where you can start to see all of the ballots coming in from the different locations, getting dropped off. It's really picked up here in the last 30 minutes. We got here a little bit before 9, and traffic control was just starting to gear up and let us know if we were in this parking lot, we were going to be here way past 10 with the traffic that's expected to be here. Again, this line is starting back here in the back where people are dropping off those ballots, and it's wrapping all the way around the building right now. I know it's starting to get outside of the parking lot, so we can expect to see this push through of cars for the next while is what I'm told. That's the update I have for you guys right now. I'm going to send it back to you at the desk.
Thank you very much, Aspen. We'll check it back in with you as the night progresses. Now we're going to head over, remain in Ada County, because Abby Davis is over at the Democratic headquarters right now. Abby?
Brian, let's start nationally. I'm joined here with Laura Necochea. Necochea, of course, being District 19 representative. You are also the Democratic chair of the party. So, like I said earlier, let's start nationally. Idaho was called for Donald Trump. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, that's not a surprise. We know for statewide races that this map favors Republicans, so that's not a surprise. That's not what we're really focused on tonight.
Okay, so let's bring it back here locally then. What is at stake for the local races and the ballot measures here?
Yeah, well, Republicans control 82% of the legislature, and what we see are the far right always at odds with traditional Republicans that look a little bit more like, my grandmother, who's a Republican, right? And what that means is our Democratic caucus casts a tie vote. So when it comes time to, fund higher education, when it comes time to protect Medicaid expansion from repeal that would kick 84,000 Idahoans off of coverage with no other alternative, and when it's come time to stop the costly voucher schemes, we don't have enough money to be throwing money at private, religious, for-profit, potentially out-of-state owned online schools. We just don't have enough money to do that, and it would come at the expense of our public schools. So when it comes to key issues, it really matters how many Democrats we elect tonight, and whether we'll be able to protect Medicaid expansion, for example. And so that's what we're focused on. We've got 4 battleground legislative districts that can swing this way or that, and we've been working really hard to get out the message to those voters about what Democrats support and what we offer.
All of the legislative seats are up for grabs this election. How are you feeling about the future of the Democratic Party in Idaho?
I think our future is bright. We're just getting started on a really positive trajectory. Look, we're outraising the Idaho Republican Party. For the first time in many decades, we don't know how many, we're running a Democrat in every single legislative district. For the first time in a long time, we have a county party chair in every district. So we are doing the work. This cycle, just in the last few months, we've knocked 144,000 doors, we've made 133,000 phone call attempts to do the hard work of talking to voters. And we're not going to be outworked, is what I'll say. You just don't see that happening on the other side.
So you've been in office for 5 years now, and you're not seeking re-election. But as you leave the State House, what do you really feel like your legacy is?
Yeah, I've tried to be a really strong voice sitting on the House Revenue and Taxation Committee for working families. I have seen over and over and over again the Republican Party cater to the well-off, to the profitable corporations who already have what they need. In the last 4 years, if you sum up all the tax cuts they've done, the people in the top 1% of the CEO has gotten a $15,000 ongoing tax cut. The child care worker, the bottom 20%, has gotten maybe $27 a year on average. It's lopsided and it's not fair. We need to do better. It's the same story with property taxes, where Republicans capped the homeowners exemption and shifted the tax load onto homeowners, so they're paying more while big businesses are paying less. We just need a healthy balance. Part of the reason I'm not running again is because I find this chair role so rewarding. When I sit in the legislature and see the Republicans have 82% of the seats, it's so unhealthy. And so that's the work I want to do, to elect more Democrats. We're not going to take over. We're not going to sweep the state anytime soon. We're clear-eyed about how hard it is. But we can get to a better balance. And that's going to be healthier for the process, and it's going to be better for Idahoans. They're going to get better policies where working families are going to have a voice, where as some sane policies on reproductive freedoms are going to have a shot. We have women being airlifted out of state for medical emergencies when they're pregnant, and that's unacceptable. We can't even get the Republicans to hear a bill to give a health exception to the abortion ban that would prevent that. So there's just so much at stake. 4 women have already died nationally from abortion bans just like Idaho's. It's just a matter of time until that happens in Idaho. So we need change. We need it urgently. And Idaho Democrats are stepping up, to do the work in numbers we've never seen.
Well, thank you so much, Lauren. We really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, and we'll see how things shake out tonight. We'll send it back to you guys at the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. We will check back in with you a little later on. But joining us right now here on the desk is Secretary of State Phil McGrain, who just kind of hustled in here. And we're going to ask you, first of all, you're not running and scrambling like you've had to put out a lot of fires today. So things have been going pretty smoothly, right?
Things have been going great. Honestly, I mean, you know, I've been doing elections for a long time. This has been one of the smoothest elections. We have small elections that sometimes have a little more hiccups, but today, we've all been watching the national news, some of what's happened in other states, but here it's really gone smoothly.
Is that good luck, or is that something that you guys were able to do ahead of time?
It's better to be lucky than smart, Joe.
It's good to be both.
As an Irishman, I will always take it. And today just happens to be one of those days where a lot of it, in our office, we sit around waiting for whatever scramble we need to do to help fix things. And there were lines at the beginning of the day because there was so much interest in the election, but still those lines dissipated. We've gotten a lot of people through. When I just left the office, we'd had 850,000 Idahoans had voted in this election. Wow. We're watching to see, we're going to get really close to the 2020 numbers. I think we'll go past them, which is 878,000 is where we were in 2020.
About 81%.
Yeah. So I don't think we're not going to get to the 81%. I don't think. Okay. I think we're going to get to the total number of votes. We'll get up there close, but we're not going to get quite to that spot.
Okay. We touched on Horseshoe Bend, what happened there in Boise County. Just for some clarification, do you know kind of what happened in that situation?
I do. It's a little bit nuanced. It's a specific polling location in Boise County, so where Horseshoe Bend is located. They have both paper ballots, what we think of, the full sheet ballot. They also have some touch screens that print out a ballot on a card. We have a mix of that in Idaho. So throughout the day, they should have been using both of those to keep all the voting booths full. Okay. Instead, they started the morning and used just one type. They used the paper, went through all that, and then they switched over to the machines. It created a bottleneck because they only have 2 of those touchscreen devices. So those last voters of the day just kind of had to be patient waiting to use the screens.
So they didn't run out of ballots per se?
They did not run out. They definitely did not run out of ballots. We confirmed that. It's just instead of having a broader array of options to vote and get people through, they kind of bottlenecked it with those 2 devices at the end of the day. So it's something we'll look at after the fact. But honestly, if that's our biggest snag for the day, you guys have been covering this for years. Yeah. That is a pretty darn good day.
That's true.
I know that one of the big questions is, okay, well, when will all the results be final? I know for the presidential race, we will follow that late into the night. But as I'm watching on the Secretary of State's website, it looks like numbers are coming in pretty consistently. And, the percentage reporting is getting higher and higher as the minute goes by. I was surprised by how quickly it's all populating.
Yeah, I think the voteidaho.gov website, we've put a lot of energy and effort into that. It's really made the election smoother in terms of people getting the information they need in order to be able to find their polling place and everything. The election results page is a part of that. You can now go on there. It is updating regularly. We have the close races tab so that people can really narrow down and see what they want to look at. And I'm really proud to say that this is going the way we had hoped it would. The updates are more fluid than they have been in the past. And so hopefully everyone gets to experience it throughout the night as they're watching. As you alluded, the results won't be official for quite some time now, but we'll be working all the way through the night tonight to make sure we get all the results in.
And I was talking with a viewer this week, and I explained to them, and we actually talked about it a few minutes ago, that county to county, there are uniform things that need to be done. But in some of the rural counties, Election Day looks a lot different than it does in Ada County. What do you think Idahoans should know about, the differences between counties and why it's important that there are differences, but everyone's within the same sphere?
Yeah, we're all operating under the same laws and the same rules in terms of checking IDs, everything else. But you have Ada County that has well over 300,000 registered voters and 181 locations that they were operating in today, versus you have Clark County that has just over 300 registered voters and 2 precincts. And so in Clark County, they are hand counting the results for all of their races. They won't report to our website until they're done with all the results, because that's just what makes sense. Versus Ada County, we're already seeing they're dumping on a regular basis more information. Ada County's busy processing absentee ballots right now and getting all 181 locations brought back to their headquarters to get those results into all of us.
What do the early voting numbers tell you?
One of the most impressive things about this election is early voting, early in-person voting. This will be the first election where we have more people voting early in person than absentee votes. Typically, mail-in absentee would be higher. There seems to be an acceptance, not just in Idaho, but across the country, that in-person early voting is an acceptable form. It's more convenient. And we saw that, just record numbers there. And so we saw a ton of participation leading into Election Day that feeds into this. We thought maybe that would push our even numbers even higher, but it looks like it was kind of a combination of higher interest, but also people who would have voted today instead choosing to vote last week.
Will there be a focus then to like broaden that a little bit? Maybe next election cycle, more polling places?
Yeah, all the county clerks I've talked to have really talked about expanding their options. So we've already seen Ada County has multiple options here. Canyon County added additional options for this election, but I think you'll see more of that. I know that talking to the Canyon County clerk, Rick Hogaboom, he had talked about expanding hours in the future. I know, for example, here locally, Bound Crossing, which is a brand new location for this election, was extremely popular. So as voters want that more, I think as a state, we're going to have to shift to provide that opportunity as opposed to just focusing on Election Day, which was what we've historically done.
Secretary of State Phil McGrain, thank you very much for joining us tonight and giving us the insight into all of this. And the website is, as you said, working wonderfully. So we'll keep tabs on that. And we're going to go check in right now with Brenda Rodriguez, who, well, the polls closed almost 2 hours ago, but I think some voters are still voting in Horseshoe Bend. Is that correct, Brenda?
Yes, that is correct. And people have been waiting here for hours to cast their vote. And I want to quickly show you what that line looks like. It's no longer wrapping outside. It is now just inside. But people are taking a quick break. We've seen people go into their cars after being told that one of the computers was down, one of the polling computers. They only have 2 to work with. And residents have been telling us at around 4 o'clock, they ran out of the paper ballot. So now they've been working with 2 computers. One has been down, and we're actually joined right now by someone who is taking a break right now. You guys have been in line for a couple hours now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and over 2. How has your experience been in there?
Well, we're all locals. We all get along.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a small community, so you're meeting up with people you haven't seen for a long time.
It's a great way to view that. Yeah. I see a lot of people coming out here, getting into their cars. Some people do seem a little frustrated. Can you tell me what you guys were told before taking a break out here?
It'll just be a little while longer. I think I'm number 3 at the end of the line, and she's number 4. She's right in front of me. But, you know, in my heart, we live in a country, it doesn't matter how long we have to wait, we're still able to do this. Yeah. And so, as you know, I've always said you can't disagree if you don't vote.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And you've been waiting here for a while. Why do you continue to wait and to cast that vote?
Because I think it's important, you know, like this is America and our foundation was built on the people voting for who they want to lead us. And I think it's important to throw your vote in.
Yeah. We were told, though, that if people got out of line, they were no longer going to be able to vote. Did you guys just get permission to come out here for a little bit to take a break?
We did get permission, but we've been here since 7:20, 7:30.
Yeah,
it's now, what, 9:15?
No, it's almost 10, Jeannie.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to continue to see what that looks like here. Actually, you were told that the second computer is now up. Can you tell us the latest in there?
Right before I came out, they came up to us and told us that the second computer is back up and running. They've obviously been very active in there for the last 5 hours.
I feel for the people that are running this. Yeah. You know, the people that are donating their time, they planned on being out of here at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. I talked to one of the girls, and she said she's been here since 7:30 this morning.
Okay, well, we're going to continue to see what that looks like here. We're going to toss it over to you, Brian.
All right, thank you very much, Brenda. And before we take a break, I just want to address this with Secretary McGrain. So we were talking as we were watching this happen. Is it a matter of just getting more equipment? Or what is the issue?
You know, I mentioned it earlier, and I think seeing those really long lines, I just want to express our appreciation for the voters who have been so dedicated to stay in that line and work through. This isn't how it should work. It wasn't the plan for them. Really, it was a combination of having those paper ballots and those machines both being used. It's worth noting other precincts in Boise County went smoothly using the same setup. But clearly here there was a miscommunication or understanding by the poll workers, and now everyone's kind of paying the price for that. So it's something our office will definitely be visiting with the clerks. As we noted too, it's really difficult. Boise County, the county seat is in Idaho City, so you actually have to come through the Treasure Valley to get over to Horseshoe Bend. So it's not like there's close support for them right now to get more machines or anything else to that poll.
So it's not about funding so much, it's just like the plan.
It's just that, yeah, we do have resources to help with that. Our office supports the counties with some of the equipment that they need, but just the planning in advance.
And the dedication to stay in line, as you said, is pretty impressive.
They didn't know the Secretary of State was watching. I mean, what were your impressions live as you were watching this?
No, you know, it is interesting. Like I said, we're very fortunate this is the one instance statewide that we can point to in terms of these really long lines. I wish it wasn't that case. I mean, we want to make sure voters get in and get out. That's the experience most voters had today. Hopefully people can get through. I can see there's still a line to go and it's very late. So definitely want to apologize to any of those voters who have had to wait, but it's an important election, so it's great to see people participating in the process.
Well, thank you for sticking around with us as we approach the 10 o'clock hour here tonight. We are going to take a quick break. We're looking at some of those numbers on the screen. Their results are coming in as we speak. Keep up to date with KTVB.com. Those numbers will be updating as they come in, as we said. But as we get toward this 10 o'clock hour, we can see 33% reporting in Idaho. So those numbers are slowly creeping up a little bit. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to reset. We're going to set this thing all back up for the 10 o'clock hour, and you can join us then. I believe we're going to be on the main channel, 7.1 on KTVB. Is that correct, Annie? Or are we going to stick here with live stream? We're going to be back on the mothership at 10 o'clock, so bear with us online here. Give us about 5 minutes to reset, and we'll see you back on KTVB at 10 o'clock. here tonight for the news at 10, a special edition of the news at 10. 2024 general election is over. The polls have been closed in Idaho for about 2 hours now. Well, about an hour or so, I should say, in the northern part of the state, 2 hours down here in the southern part of the state. Ballots, though, they are still being counted across the state. And we have team coverage tonight. Abby Wilt is at the Canyon County Elections Office with what's happening there. Aspen Shumpert is at the Ada County Elections Office. Hunter Funk is with the Republican leaders at the Marriott Hotel in Meridian, and Abby Davis is at the Grove Hotel with the Democrats. We also have Joe Paris in studio tonight breaking down the results on KTVB.com as they come in. We're going to get to all of them in just a minute, but first, we're going to, well, joining us right now is Dr. Stephanie Witt from Boise State University, political science professor, and Secretary of State Phil McGrain, who's graciously stuck around for tonight to talk to us about how things have been going tonight. And first question for you is turnout. We were talking about how much we were expected. I think Ada County was expected 80 to 90% turnout, voter turnout. Last time we had a presidential election in 2020, it was 80%, close to 81% turnout across the state. What are we expecting tonight?
We're going to see really close to the 2020 numbers. So the number we've been watching really closely, we had 878,000 people vote in 2020 election. I think we're going to surpass that just slightly. So in terms of total votes, it'll be very similar to that. Of course, the state has grown, so I don't think we'll get to that 81% that we saw before.
Okay, so when it comes to what you said, we've grown population-wise. Registered voters, the number of people who have voted already kind of outranked what happened in 2020 when it comes to numbers, right?
Yes. So one of the big things, I mean, we started with just over 1 million registered voters throughout early voting, and today we saw another 100,000 people register to vote. So it's great to see so much activity in the election. And we watched, there was a lot of energy in the beginning of the day, but towards that last hour, we started to see it taper off on this election. The big thing, you and I have talked about is the in-person early voting. Yes. This will be the first election where in-person early voting surpasses absentee voting, which I think just shows some of the changes in the electorate in terms of what people are comfortable with, but also just the sheer numbers today. This has been a smooth election with people voting.
Sheer numbers for early voting, and as you mentioned for today, we had lines early on, even throughout the day, and one of those places we were talking about earlier tonight, Horseshoe Bend in Boise County. With all those people turning up to vote, you got to expect some hiccups, right?
You know, when you think about the size, the number of people we're talking about, the number of polling locations, we have about 1,000 locations across the state. You're going to have a few things. Unfortunately, the situation in Horseshoe Bend seems to be the issue. It's been one of the smoothest elections I can recall. But as you know, we've still got people waiting in line because there's a real bottleneck with the machines there in Horseshoe Bend.
That was a live shot there looking inside what's happening in Horseshoe Bend because it is 10 o'clock. The polls closed in Horseshoe Bend 2 hours ago.
Yep.
But because there was a bottleneck, as you mentioned, a kind of a misunderstanding of how people should vote early in the day, left them with 2 electronic machines, and that kind of was the bottleneck.
Yeah, they had a combination of physical paper pre-printed ballots as well as these electronic machines that you can do a touch screen and have your ballot printed out on it. Instead of kind of using both simultaneously throughout the day, they did all the paper ballots first, and now are stuck with these 2 machines. It's just not enough equipment to get them through as fast. So you see those people who are being very patient in Horseshoe Bend.
Yeah.
And so hopefully everyone's going to get through and vote. It looks like from all the coverage you guys have provided, they will, but it's certainly a sacrifice.
Last question. We talked about early voting. There's going to be a little bit of a focus on that, right? Because that seems to be where people want to be right now.
It really is. Seeing the surge and the participation, I mean, all of the locations, even with expanding more locations, especially here in the Treasure Valley, there was such an interest and a demand. On Friday, I know some of the locations had 2-hour waits because so many people were trying to get in early rather than wait till today to vote. So I think in the future, you'll see more options across the state.
All right. Thank you very much, Secretary of State Phil McGrain, for joining us here on this 10 o'clock hour. We're going to go out to Horseshoe Bend. Brenda Rodriguez is standing by there, has been there for a couple of hours, or at least an hour or so, finding out kind of how it's been going as people have been standing in line a long time to place their ballots. Brenda?
Yeah, Brian, we're here at the Mutual Improvement Club, and you're seeing a look at the lines, and really it's been getting a little shorter and shorter as time goes by. At about 30 minutes ago, we were seeing residents talk about, or experiencing rather, one of the 2 computers that they were using was actually down. So people were outside in their cars taking a break to hear back from the officials, to hear back when they can start voting again. But we are here joined by a resident, Melissa, who's been waiting for about 3 3 hours, you officially casted your ballot. And tell me how your experience has been going for today.
Yeah, I got here about 7:15, and I just finished voting at 10. While the wait was very just kind of frustrating, I have to say the election officials have been absolutely wonderful and great spirits. I had asked how many ballots they received, and they said they received 400 paper copy ballots and 400 computer ballots, but we have 1,200 registered voters. So it's a little frustrating that we didn't receive enough ballots for at least our registered voters.
And Melissa, the paper ballots actually ran out at around 2:30 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
What were people doing at that time?
So I wasn't here, but my understanding is they did run out of paper ballots about 2:30, and then that's when they switched to the computer ballots, but we only have 2 computers to vote from, which is why the long lines. The computers, it sounds like there might have been some efficiency issues with the computers and maybe going down intermittently. But again, the election officials have been wonderful getting us through it and getting us to cast our votes.
Well, you finally casted your vote there, so thank you so much for waiting in line. Thank you so much for the interview. We're going to toss it back to you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Brenda. I appreciate that. And hopefully, again, kudos to the poll workers and the people standing in line to place their vote here 2 hours after the polls are supposed to close in Horseshoe Bend. Dr. Witt, you've been keeping an eye on some of these close races that are statewide, but also some of the local ones.
Yes, they're very close. So these are the races that you want to show to people to say every vote does matter, because these are going to be decided, maybe by just a handful of votes. So as we predicted, the District 15 races are very close right now.
That's the West Boise area.
That is, yes. Rick Just probably has the largest lead over Cody Galloway. This is a rematch of the last electoral cycle. And the thing to remember in that was, I was expecting Galloway's vote to be very close, because in the last election there was a third-party candidate that drew some voters off, and so in this instance it's Rick Just and Cody Galloway, and Just is ahead by several hundred votes at this point.
And there was some money spent in that area.
Oh, a lot. The $250,000 I think spent in that race, and so a lot of money from people interested in school vouchers and the public money following the voucher. Funding Galloway's campaign.
Okay, and the other one that you're keeping an eye on really quickly is the Prop 1. Oh, that one's not really even that close, is it?
No.
But District 29, I think.
District 29 is also very close. Mary Shea is...
That's over in eastern Idaho.
That's right. It's within 500 votes, maybe that's not so close.
And this one is important because every legislative seat is up for grabs, and the Democrats are looking to get a few seats. Republicans looking to expand their supermajority already in the legislature. Yeah, and there are leadership implications for Dustin Manwaring, who aspires to leadership. So if he's not there, of course, he can't be in the leadership. So that's another race to keep a close eye on. We will do that. And now we're going to check in with Hunter Funk, who is over at the GOP headquarters right now to get an update on how things are going down, or actually say in Meridian. Hunter.
Yeah, Brian, we are with the GOP chairwoman, Dorothy Moon. Okay, so we just heard a lot of cheering not too long ago. What's going on?
We just took the U.S. Senate. That's very exciting. So when we get Trump in, we've got the U.S. Senate. We're gonna get a clean sweep, I hope.
And for those who don't understand that, what does that mean if just getting Senate?
That means that Trump's policies will be able to get enacted with the help of a Congress that's going to work with them.
Okay, so the other big races, we've been talking about District 15 quite a bit. Is that one that you've had your eye on too?
Sure, District 15 is a tough one, but boy, it's neck and neck right now. I'm hoping our gals pull it through. Cody Galloway and Annette Tipton, and also Dory Healy. Dory's here tonight. I'm very excited to see her here. But yeah, hopefully they can pull that off.
I mean, this was one of the bigger races, right, where everybody was kind of putting out the TV ads, right? We saw a lot of, I guess you could say, money going into this. Is that right?
A lot of money. Look at the signs. But they've also had tons of signs vandalized. So they've overcome a lot. And I'm just excited to see their work, that every weekend they've had some event. And the sign waves, a lot of people have gone door to door for them. It's just been tremendous. When you look at this group of people here, hundreds of people that have been going door to door, that have been working sine waves, that have been calling folks, taking them to the polls, has been phenomenal. The grassroots have been so involved, and you cannot disregard them anymore. They are alive and well in Idaho, and these Republicans are going to keep this state red.
And real quick, my last question for you. We have a little bit of time here. Just Prop 1, how are you feeling about it?
I am feeling doggone good about it, and we're like at a 2/3, 1/3 of defeating it. Ada County's votes are in, and those are the votes that we're really concerned about. And once we get into rural Idaho, I think it's going to be a big sweep. So I'm very excited.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. We're going to take it back, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you very much, Hunter. Yes, we will check back in there as things progress throughout the evening. But until then, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to check in on some of the other numbers of some of these statewide races and some of the Treasure Valley races as well. Stay with us. Vision 2024. We've been kind of checking out what's happening across the Treasure Valley when it comes to election results. Right now, we're going to check in with Abby Davis. She's at the Democratic headquarters in downtown Boise. Abby?
Brian, hundreds of people are here. That includes candidates, family, friends, community members that are just really invested in this election. Right now, there have been various speakers taking the stage for the last hour and a half, talking about issues that are near and dear to their hearts, what their hopes and dreams are for the future of the Democratic Party in Idaho. I'm joined here with Jared DeLoof. Jared, you are the executive director of the Idaho Democratic Party, and there has really been kind of an historic effort to get the vote out this election cycle. When did that start, and what has that involved?
Well, you're totally right. It's been an absolutely historic effort. And this time last year, there was not even a Democratic Party in 25% of Idaho's counties. We realized that was not a winning strategy for us. And we got on the phones, we called Democrats across the state, and we are now organized in every single county in Idaho, which is phenomenal. That's huge. We've been able to run a candidate for the first time in decades in every legislative district, and together our party has made phone calls and knocked the doors of over 250,000 Idahoans this year. So we're extremely thrilled with the effort that we have put out there. We've left it all on the field tonight.
And what has been the response from Idahoans?
I think it's been incredible. I think that Idahoans know that they're having their rights ripped away from them, and whether that is a woman's right to choose or the right of their children to walk into a library and not have to show their ID. I think that Idahoans realize that things we've taken for granted for a long time are really threatened right now. And I hope that the results tonight show that people realize that.
Of course, Democrats saying there's a lot at stake with this election. Locally, of course, we know statewide Prop 1. There are also several battleground districts, local or more nationally, of course, Idaho being called for Trump. So how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. We have a ways to go. There's a lot of races to be called. It's still early. Nationally, we still have the blue wall. In Idaho, we see where our candidates are at. We feel good about them. And I think we're in a position to pick up seats in the legislature this year.
Okay, well, we'll see how things shake out. We really appreciate your time, Jared. We'll send it back to you, Brian.
Thank you very much, Abby. Now we're going to check in with Abby Wilt, who is in Canyon County at the moment and kind of keeping tabs on what's happening at that election office. Abby, I understand cars are probably piling in to that election office as well.
That is correct. Cars are starting to pile in. That we know. We have a confirmed 25 locations back from all of the precincts in Canyon County. Now, there are 45 locations altogether, so we're about halfway through of everyone who is bringing their ballots back. And they're not just bringing their ballots back, they're also bringing back the election equipment. We've seen lots of poll pads coming back. It's what you're seeing now on your screen. So everything is coming back. It's all moving along pretty smoothly so far. And like I said earlier, we have had a record number of voters here in Canyon County show up. That's based on the numbers that we know so far. So we will continue to keep an eye on things here. We have hardworking crew keeping everything running smoothly and staying warm out here. So we'll keep checking in with you throughout the night, Brian.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, it's going to be a busy night, at least for the next several hours in Canyon County. Same situation in Ada County. That's where we find Aspen Shumpert. She is at the Ada County Elections Office, and a similar scene with cars backed up around the block, as you told us earlier. Aspen?
Definitely a different look over here in Ada County as things are winding down in the parking lot. When we last gave you an update about 30 minutes ago, this parking lot was packed. There was two lines. There was cars lined up in this line and then another line to my right. Cars were full. Parking lots were full. They were bringing in ballots from the other locations. Again, things have really died down in the last 15 minutes. We're seeing the last bit of cars make that turn around the corner and be able to do their drop off. We know from what the Ada County clerk has told us, mostly things went pretty smooth today in Ada County. A lot of the waiting was due to same-day registration, and so that contributed to a little bit of longer wait times at certain locations, fewer staff at certain locations. Overall, Trent Triple says it was a good day in Ada County. Back to you at the desk, Brian.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what those day of registration numbers look like. I know they were thinking about somewhere at 20,000 today, possibly. So we'll keep an eye on that and have those numbers for you, hopefully by tomorrow. Thank you very much, Aspen. And speaking of these ballots being brought into these elections offices in the counties, we're going to check in now. That means those numbers are going up across the results. Joe Paris has kind of what those look like as we get, well, I guess now an hour and 20 minutes after the polls close across the state.
Yes, we're getting a sizable amount of votes in from across the state of Idaho, so we're getting a pretty good picture at what some of those major results will look like. We'll talk about the presidential election just coming up in a minute. I just wanted to mention in the Ada County area, the ACHD results are starting to come in. It looks like Alexis Pickering will defeat Rebecca Arnold, Patricia Nilsson on top of Antonio Bomarito. Ryan Davidson and Tom Daly look like they both are on track to retain their Ada County commissioner seats. Jan Bennett's as well as the Ada County prosecutor. Ada County Sheriff Matt Clifford. So a lot of the elected officials in Idaho's largest populated county, those are looking the same. Let's take a look at the measure results here. Again, HJR 5 looks like that should pass by a sizable amount. If we look at the raw numbers on Proposition 1, you can see pretty clearly that almost 67%, 2/3 of Idahoans say no to that so far. If you take a look, though, on the map, you get an idea here of what we're talking about. Very specifically, all these counties, including Canyon and Ada, those are sizable no areas for Proposition 1. The one green outlying county, that is Latah County. That does have the lone county right now with results in that is leaning towards yes on Prop 1. But if the results were to hold here, it looks like Proposition 1 will not be successful in the state of Idaho. On to the presidential results again, we talked about here in Idaho, Donald Trump, sizable victory. That one was called almost minutes after the polls closed. If we take a look, though, at the national stage right now, what we are still watching are the battleground states. Pennsylvania is leaning red right now. As you can see, most of these red dots, these are red counties. You can see in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh with a lot of population there, a lot of the votes still coming in. Across the United States, though, we are taking a look at the swing states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. That's kind of what the national correspondents are keeping an eye on for right now. But as we circle back into the state of Idaho, if we look at these close races, it's interesting to see that Dory Healy, someone that we talked about and we heard is at the party here tonight, 3% margin in her race. Mary Shea, Dustin Manwaring, a very sizable difference there, only a few hundred votes. So Steve Birch, narrow, I guess, advantage over Annette Tipton, and Rick Just, a very narrow advantage over Cody Galloway. Brian, Dr. Witt, it'll be interesting to see which of these results hold. We are getting to the point of the night where you're getting enough of the vote in to where we can start to do some math and say, is there enough votes for candidate A to make a comeback at this point? But these close races have stayed close, so we'll keep an eye on those.
200 to 300 votes in that Rick Just race, exactly, in District 15. Thank you very much, Joe. Now, speaking of close races, Dr. Stephanie Witt from Boise State here, we want to take a look at another race in North Idaho, District 6.
Yeah, this is the district that includes the city of Moscow, part of Latah County. And Dan Foreman is competing against Julia Parker.
And this is Dan Foreman, Senator Dan Foreman for the Senate seat, who told a member of the Nez Perce tribe during a candidate forum to go back to where she came from.
Yes, he did.
Yes, and so this race may be closer than many people expected?
Well, this is a seat that's turned over a couple times in the recent cycles, right?
Okay.
So we're flip-flopping back and forth, right? So it's very close here. He's had a couple outbursts that have gotten some media attention over the years, but his voters are clearly not holding that against him, right?
Right, yeah, he's still ahead.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a race we're watching.
Yeah.
Another race that we're keeping an eye on. Joe kind of touched on District 15.
Yeah.
There's a couple of races there that are pretty close.
Well, it looks like all three of the seats in District 15 are going to be pretty close, within a percentage point, a couple percent. I'm not clear what our total is of the percent
Reporting?
of the total there.
Yeah.
Right. Are we at like 51%, I think, of all the votes being tabulated for these races? So
looking at that one's still District 6. So yeah, I'm not seeing any totals. Reporting 19% on District 6. As far as District 15, I'm not quite sure on that one. 26 is another area that you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, it's 29.
29, excuse me.
Yeah, Dustin Manwaring and Mary Shea.
In Pocatello.
In Pocatello, 52 to 47% or 48%. So again, you need to get all the votes in to see. Those are too close to call with any confidence.
We heard the executive director of the Democratic Party hoping to grab a couple of seats in the legislature this year. Do we see any changes happening? Do you see that?
Well, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to have a net gain.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the hope of the party, right? To get a few more. The percentages are so small of the body, right? Like 15%, 12, 15% of the seats.
Yeah.
So, that ends up costing the Democrats a seat on committees, right?
Sure.
Because if the percentage falls too low, then they lose another seat on committees, which means they're not there to make their voices heard on legislation in the same way.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on those. Those numbers will be continuing on the bottom of your screen as we get through the rest of this evening. But as you keep the tabs on that, we'll be right back with more coverage on Decision 2024, right after this. All right, welcome back to our live election coverage of elections across the state of Idaho. You can see that is Congressman Russ Fulcher, who is making a speech at GOP headquarters. Let's see if we can hear what he has to say. Understand he has just been declared the winner in his race.
You know, in the federal races, there's a very stark difference, especially in the presidential race. And they both have a track record. It's not one of these things where it's just words. You can actually take and you can validate actions. What did President Trump do during his tenure? What has Kamala Harris done in her tenure? There's a track record. And I think Americans across this country are seeing the truth. And I know that Idahoans are seeing the truth. And I just have to tell you, I am so proud. I'm so proud to represent you. Idaho is the best place in this country. We're the fastest growing state per capita in the country, and that's for a reason, folks. We're the best place to live, to work, and to raise a family. And in this state, we have the character to lead this nation back to prosperity. This is a model state. I have members, colleagues all the time covet what I've got with the constituency in this state. They wish that they had what we have here. People are coming here for a reason. And it's the traditional constitutional principles and it's a faith in God that's going to take us back to our prosperity, folks. And I think we're being blessed tonight. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank those who worked so hard to make this happen.
You can see the totals there that we just showed on the screen as Congressman Russ Fulcher wins re-election for his seat to be representing Idaho in Congress, 72% over his closest competitor, Kaylee Peterson, at 25%, just 33% reporting, but looks like obviously not enough left to overcome that lead by Congressman Fulcher. So this is, again, one of those that not really a surprise, Dr. Witt, but this is what we can expect for tonight.
Right. I mean, this is the first congressional district,
Yeah.
well, both of them have been safe for Republican candidates for several cycles, many cycles.
Many cycles,
You have to go
exactly.
back to Larry LaRocco and Walt Minnick for a Democrat in the first district.
That's a couple of decades. Yeah, exactly.
So
All right.
it's been a long time, should be safe. So no surprise there.
All right. We're going to continue our coverage here just on the other side of the break, so stay with us for Decision 2024. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Live election coverage of the 2024 elections. Presidential, state of Idaho. Results are coming in. We're starting to see those numbers tally up at the bottom of your screen. At this point, we're going to bring in Joe Paris, who's over at the touchscreen here to kind of give us an idea of what you're looking at as these results kind of pile up.
Yeah, it's interesting because as we heard from the Democratic chair, Lauren Necochea, earlier in the night, there are times at the Idaho legislature where the Democrats are partnering with a certain coalition within the Republican Party. So we know that the legislature in Idaho strongly red. The Democrats have, for now, do not have a chance tonight of flipping that in any sense of the word. However, the Democrat seats are interesting in the sense that there are times where different factions of the Republican Party will have a block really need the Democrats to get them over the top. So when we talk about earning more seats in the legislature for the Dems, that's why this is important. So these close races that we're taking a look at here, we talked about Dan Foreman and Julia Parker a short time ago. Again, this one very close. You can see up north in Latah County, Julia Parker has got a sizable advantage over Dan Foreman. And then in the southern part of Nez Perce County, that's where we see Dan Foreman have his stronghold. As we move back into the Treasure Valley in District 15, Cody Galloway and Rick Just, very, very close here, about 30-some votes between them. Again, and this is interesting that Justin Galloway had a close race 4 years ago, but there was that third candidate, Sarah McClendon, that really cut into the amount of votes that Cody Galloway was able to get. Again, you can see here, clear divide in the Boise district here of West Boise between Just and Galloway. Same story for Steve Birch and Annette Tipton. The difference there is Steve Birch has a minor edge. Dory Healy and Sherry Baber, very similar situation as we talked about earlier. And then we'll end on Mary Shea and Dustin Manwaring. Again, you can see there the clear voting blocks out in that area of Pocatello. Brian, Dr. Witt, it'll be interesting to see how the dust settles. As a reminder, House Speaker Mike Moyle, he rounded down this last legislative session to take one of those chairman seats from the Idaho Democrats. So that's why it is important with the percentages and the rounding and who gets to chair what committee.
A lot of political wheels moving. Oh, yeah. We'll see how that plays out when the legislative session starts in January after, again, the dust settles. Thank you very much, Joe, and we'll be right back with more right after this. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2024 presidential elections, including the elections here in Idaho. So Decision 2024. We'll be keeping tabs all night. Thank you for joining us here online at KTVB Plus and KTVB.com. Looking at all these numbers, they are running on the bottom of your screen right now. So if you'd like to keep tabs with us, we're also going to be bringing you some more specific and more in-depth look at some of these numbers, thanks to Joe Paris, who is joining me here, as well as Dr. Stephanie Witt from Boise State, political science professor, has been here for many election cycles with us, kind of walking us through this and telling us what you think is a surprise and what really isn't a surprise when it comes to these results. Joe, what has been standing out to you so far tonight?
I think when I spoke to people on both sides of Proposition 1 over the last several weeks, there was a real feeling in both camps that it was going to be a competitive race. And if you take a look at the returns early on Prop 1, almost 2/3 of Idahoans say no thank you to Proposition 1. Some of them will be very clear, a lot stronger than a no thank you. So to me, that was interesting to finally see those results come in. In terms of like polling that's available for all races across Idaho, Idaho's not one of these states that you're going to see significant investments in polling for clear reasons, because it's a very strong Republican state. So that was interesting to me. At the other side of it, you saw that there was more, I guess, pushback against Proposition 1 than there was support for the constitutional amendment on non-citizen voting. So those are things that I definitely noted. Yeah, it definitely was. And then some of these swing districts that we'll talk about here in a few minutes, still very close, few hundred votes in between them.
As you said, a very Republican state. You, really quickly, Dr. Witt, what jumps out to you other than Prop 1?
Well, other than Prop 1. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, actually...
if you have something to add with that, go ahead.
I'm not terribly shocked by that, because when voters aren't sure that they understand something, they tend to just say no, right? And I think ranked choice voting was difficult for some voters to handle, and of course the Republican Party was against it,
So things not going well when it comes to those, like, who would be on the, I guess, in favor of Prop 1, like the Democratic Party. A lot of members of that. Let's go out to the Democratic Party right now. That's where Abby Davis is standing by with, well, looks like things might be winding down for the evening there in downtown Boise. Abby?
They are, Brian. People are headed home to watch the presidential race. Of course, we know some of that. We won't know the results for that for who knows how long. But I am joined with Senator Rick Just. Senator, in 2022, you just very narrowly won your seat in the State House by about 300 votes. You were leading earlier in the night, but you're trailing now. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like this is kind of what we expected. It would be very, very close. We don't know what the results will be at the end of the night, but I would say it will be within 1%. And that could be anywhere from maybe 500 votes to 5 votes difference.
You and your opponent, Cody Galloway, share some similar priorities, making Idaho affordable or trying to, as well as bettering the education system, but your ideas for how to obtain those goals are drastically different.
I'm all for public education with public dollars, and I'm against school vouchers. That was the big issue in the race. Apparently, out-of-state groups spent over $100,000 against me to defeat me because they know I'm against vouchers for religious and public and private schools.
We were chatting earlier, you said it's not over till it's over, but what are the consequences if, in your mind, if you are not reelected?
Well, one that a lot of people don't think about, because this is kind of inside baseball politically. If I lose my seat, it will flip the Senate to the hard right. They will have they'll elect the chairs of the committees, they'll have the leadership in the Senate. It'll be much different legislature, for sure.
So again, very closely watching those numbers as they come in. We thank you for your time, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up a little bit later in the evening. Okay, sending it back to you.
All right, Abby, now I'm quickly going to get Dr. Witt's interpretation of what Senator just said about how this is going to change things in the Idaho Senate if this proceeds to, if this continues with the results as they are now in his race.
Yeah, I think he's forecasting that the factions within the Republican Party would change the balance there, so that the further right, harder right faction within the GOP would have control over the Senate. This has been changing a little bit over time, but there have been some legislative sessions recently where the Senate was sort of the body pumping the brake a little bit on really conservative ideas. So if he's correct, then that obstruction that the Senate has played in these policy battles would change.
Well, that's kind of been happening over a couple of cycles.
Yes.
It's not just this one.
Correct. And, you know, we heard from the chair of the Democratic Party, and what we've seen is the more mainstream Republicans have had to go to the Democrats to get the number of people to pass a bill or to pass the budgets, for example. So changing the balance of who's on the Republican side of the aisle could change what kinds of policies are going to come out of the Senate.
And we can for sure expect school vouchers / tax credits for schools, whichever way you want to call it, to be front and center as we get this legislative session going.
Yeah, I would assume the voucher proposals that we're going to see are going to be about the public funds following the student to the private and religious schools, right?
Right.
Because, you know, you can obviously already choose to put your kid in whatever, a charter school or a private school or homeschool or the public school. So that level of choice is already available in Idaho.
But if you turn it over from a voucher to a tax credit, it's a little bit different.
Well, this is a thing that's really only going to benefit the suburban Republican voters here in the Treasure Valley. There aren't a bunch of private religious academies in rural Idaho.
Not in Clark County, no.
Here in the Treasure Valley.
Yeah.
So, and maybe in the Panhandle. But, you know, this is not going to help rural school districts to see the funds draining away out of the central coffers at the state to private and religious schools.
All right, we'll see. Keep an eye on that as we get into January. Again, we're going to keep an eye on still the results that are happening tonight. We're going to check in now with Aspen Shumpert, who's been all night in Ada County watching what's been happening at the elections office there. Last time we checked in, Aspen, things were kind of winding down, settling down, not as many cars in the parking lot. All the ballots seem to be now in-house. How's that looking?
Yeah, that's right, Brian. All the ballots do seem to be in-house as the parking lot is empty and there are no more cars making their way to turn in ballots from the other precinct locations. So now we're just watching the process happen. We're watching those ballots be tabulated and watching it be pretty busy over here. We're waiting to see what more results we get. We're watching as those are coming in. Again, Ada County says it was pretty much a smooth day for them today. The only issues they ran into were longer wait times for people who were also registering today. That added some time in some of the locations for people to be able to do that. Again, pretty smooth here in Ada County. Things are pretty much wind down. We're just watching the process and waiting for more results, Brian.
Thank you very much, Aspen. 197 precincts in Ada County alone. That increased over the last election cycle when they did the census in 2020. So it kind of broadened things up a little bit. So a lot of numbers still to go through. She touched on the long lines today. Voter turnout, surprising to you? Kind of what you expected when we're looking at, as Secretary of State Phil McGrain told us earlier this evening, about 80%, kind of what we saw on par from 2020.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of interest in the election, the presidential election, even though it's sort of a foregone conclusion. But the proposition, I think, drove a lot of people to vote. And a lot of interest. Idaho has always had pretty robust turnout in the presidential elections.
I think we average about 75% turnout from going back to 1980.
Right. I mean, it's a big step off to the years when we elect city officials and so on. But
the odd years,
Yeah. But so I think that's good. I'm delighted so many people want to be a part of the process, and you know, and glad that, as Secretary McGrain was talking about earlier, that we really only had one significant hiccup on the way to getting the votes counted.
So things going pretty smoothly. They continue to roll in. Yeah, as you see the numbers across the bottom of your screen, we're now seeing 70% reported in District 14. Those numbers keep coming up, 65% now in District 15 with, that looks like, well, pretty much a tie in District 15 right now. Trump and Harris, you can see that one for Idaho, but Fulcher, there's that one. So we're looking at a difference of about, if I quickly do the math, less than 100 votes there.
That's right. Just a note about legislative districts 14 and maybe 10 that you are going to have to combine the results from Canyon and Ada. Those districts lap over.
That's true. Yep.
So I don't know if the pages that we're looking at are refreshing on both counties or just one.
Right, because we're looking at results from county by county as opposed to the entire, that's true. So we'll keep an eye on this one. This one is going to be, as you heard Senator Just say, this could really kind of shake things up in the Senate a little bit. if it goes to Cody Galloway, to the Republican side of the ticket.
Yes, absolutely. And again, this was a race with a lot of interest from people with money, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of spending on Galloway's campaign, I think with the hope that there'd be a proponent there for school vouchers and public money attached to the vouchers.
Okay, so we've already touched on what's happening at Ada County. Things have been pretty quiet as we get toward the 11 o'clock hour. Let's check out Canyon County now. That's where we find Abby Wilt, who is at the elections office there. Abby, how are things going there in Canyon County?
Brian, things are still going good here. They are still definitely rolling, picking up, and I kind of want to show you a little bit of the behind the scenes here of what's happening. So right here to my left, this is called the adjudicating process. So these ballots have come in from overseas, and now those ballots have not been able to go through an actual scanner, so people are making the hand ballots. So it's called the adjudicating process. Then a little bit over here, these are all the absentee ballots that still need to be counted. Now those ballots haven't been able to be counted until today at 8, so that process is just now beginning. And then over here to my right, you can see all of these green boxes. These are poll pads that have all come in from the different precincts. Like I said, there are 45 precincts in Canyon County, so those poll pads have all been coming in with, of course, all of the ballots that have been coming in. Now we are still seeing a steady stream of ballots that are continuing to come in here at Canyon County, so we'll continue to keep you updated on when all of those do come in. Brian?
All right, thank you very much, Abby. As Canyon County Clerk Rick Hogaboom said earlier, they had a lot of votes come in, early ballots, absentee ballots. That's what they were doing there, and getting some of those overseas ballots. That is something we talked about Secretary McGrain talked to him about, the early voting trend that we saw this year. That seems to be kind of a place where people are feeling a little bit more comfortable.
This is true. I think the message from President Trump, former President Trump, has been confusing, right? So in some ways, the National Party has militated against making it easier to vote, mail-in ballots, all that kind of stuff. Voters clearly like the options.
Yeah. There's a lot of levies we're keeping an eye on for tonight as well. We got school levies, excuse me, emergency services levies. This one in Canyon County, the ambulance district permanent override levy. Right now, 55% of voters are saying no to that. This is, again, because Canyon County is a growing area. They've got a lot of people moving into Canyon County. Yeah. And emergency services are not really covered by the Idaho Constitution or paid for by the state. Not a lot of money comes in from the state. This is done at the local level. So the key here is, well, they need to expand their services. If they need to improve their response time, they need some money to help man some of these new stations that they're building there.
Yeah, if I understand it correctly, the decision rule here is just 50% plus one.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
So,
it is a simple majority.
Right. There are a number of school bonds on the ballot across the state, and those, of course, require 66 2/3% approval. Right. It's hard to say, and very hard to get, by the way, as well.
And then, yeah, the success rate for those is not very good either. I think that's where you take on debt. You got to get that extra layer of approval to kind of let those things pass. You take those on. We are going to one more time, Kai, if you can remind me where we're going here. Yes, that's right. Okay, so where the party is really kind of kicking off or continuing would be a GOP headquarters in Meridian, the Marriott there. That's where we find Hunter Funk, who's been there this evening, and things still going there, looks like.
Yeah, things are still going on, Brian. Actually, Phil McGrain already coming over here. So he came to the studio, then he made it over to the hotel, fun fact. So yeah, the thing that we're really watching, District 15 is that really tight race. We're not finding a lot of those candidates. Sounds like they're moving to watch parties, so we're not able to talk to them. But again, that's the one that the GOP chairwoman says it's a big race. They're keeping their eyes on that. Prop 1, again, we're going to keep talking about it, but the GOP is really rooting for it to not pass. They're feeling really confident right now. Energy, you can hear it in the background, really high right now, a lot of cheers, and they're just watching this presidential campaign or candidate race. And each time that they start to see a little bit more, you hear cheers. So I guess we'll see what that outcome is. But right now, again, I could say it a million times, a lot of cheering, a lot of clapping, high energy for 10:56.
It's kind of a tale of two cities between the GOP party headquarters and the Democratic Party headquarters in Boise. Thank you very much, Hunter, okay, so now let's get an update on some of the numbers that we're seeing. Again, still only looking at like 52% areas reporting 60 to 65, even 70. Joe Paris has some of those numbers updating right now as he's kind of giving us, I'm taking a look at some of the latest numbers.
Yes.
As what are you looking at now?
Well, you know, it's just interesting. We'll take a look at Proposition 1 again. More votes have come in. I mean, more than 350,000 Idahoans have voted no. About 170,000 voters said yes. So we're getting close enough in terms of math that we can tell where Proposition 1 is headed. Again, out of the entire state of Idaho, you can see one county, Latah County, the only one that said yes as a county. Of course, it's gross votes for a measure vote like that. But the presidential race here in the state of Idaho, we knew probably, I don't know, you could have said 4 years ago, we probably knew the Republican was going to win here in the state of Idaho. There are the numbers, though. As we take a look, though, across the country, we're starting to see Donald Trump get closer and closer to that 270 mark. I know that NBC News has called Georgia as Donald Trump's state. The Associated Press is still working to get that. So we do know that the major news networks are indicating that the state of Georgia will go to the former president. We know the state of Pennsylvania is something that is being watched very closely. In terms of the ballots still coming in there, I know there's a lot of concentration on Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris does have a less narrow, margin ahead right there. I was reading some of the math says that Kamala Harris needs to get, a few 100,000 votes in these areas to even make Philadelphia County and Pittsburgh County competitive. As we zoom out even further to the national map, our neighbors just to the south, Nevada, right now it looks like in some of their larger areas in terms of the votes that have come in, we know that Donald Trump has a pretty healthy lead. We are waiting, though, to see out of Las Vegas and Clark County what that will look like. You could see 0% marked so quickly on our neighbors down south. So, as we get into the Idaho races, let's take a look again at some of these close legislative races. Again, you can see Dan Foreman, a narrow margin ahead of Julia Parker. That one has stayed pretty consistent throughout the evening. Back down into the Treasure Valley in West Boise, District 15, Cody Galloway and Rick Just. Cody Galloway, over the last several minutes, I've seen her get some more votes. But again, this one is really close, 9,411 to 8,936. And then Steve Birch and Annette Tipton, very similar situation, but Steve Birch, who is the Representative A in the House, he does have a slight advantage over Annette Tipton, and I'd be interested to see what the split looks like on that. So you can see, again, East Boise of West Boise, the eastern section is blue there, red for Annette Tipton. If you look up, just in District 15, I mean, it's a very similar map in terms of the coloring, just the numbers are coming in a little bit differently. So it's interesting to see who votes in what race, and we'll just kind of wrap up here with Dory Healy's race. She has a narrow advantage over Sherry Baber, and then Dustin Manwaring is now out ahead of Mary Shea. That has kind of been flip-flopping throughout the evening in the Pocatello area. And then the final race that we're keeping a close eye, Nate Roberts, the Democrat, has a razor-thin margin in his race for Representative B in District 29. This is also the Pocatello area. So we will keep an eye on these razor-thin races. But again, Dr. Witt, I'd be curious, and Brian, I'd be curious for your thoughts. If you take a look at the races between District 15, Representative A, it looks exactly the same as Representative 15 or Representative B in District 15, but the numbers are slightly different. So I find that pretty interesting. I know that there are definitely voters that do not vote on every single ballot question. This may be a situation, though, where there was so much money and attention put into the Galloway Just race that there was less attention on the Birch race. It'd be interesting to talk to both political parties tomorrow about this.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what leads a voter to leave a spot blank?
Right, yeah.
It could be that one of these candidates knocked on their door and they talked to somebody directly and they remember that name when they get into the voting booth. You got me there. But the pattern is the same, though, across all three of those races.
Yeah, and I mean, it just seems like where you live. Joe, if you go back to that map on District 29, we can see that looking at the map, that's kind of basically right where Idaho State University is, where all that blue is right there. The I-84 kind of delineates that as it moves through Pocatello. So you can kind of see that is basically kind of where the university is situated, right in the middle of that blue section in that whole map, right there in the middle. It's kind of how it breaks down. So that just kind of squeezes out from there. The other race we kind of want to take a look at, take a peek at here, Dr. Witt, was what's happening in Ada County when it comes to the sheriff's race, the race for Ada County Sheriff.
Yeah.
Looking at those numbers right now, not really close, 76% to 24% in favor of the incumbent Matt Clifford. But you were touched on this a little bit. This is kind of like an unusual race because of who's in it.
Correct. The Republican candidate has 76% of the votes, clearly going to win. But I think it's interesting that Trouble has 23, almost 24% of the votes. And it isn't a Democrat. This is a Constitution candidate, right? So to see a minor party candidate do so well against a Republican incumbent, I think is fascinating. And you can see there are pockets in Ada County where people are really focused on him.
Yeah.
And he's developed quite a, that's kind of an impressive percentage for a minor party.
I haven't looked at the numbers when it comes to funding and money coming in to Doug Trouble, but there are a lot of signs out there for him. And as you said, 24% not from a majority party.
Correct.
Or from one of the primary parties, I should say. That's pretty impressive. What else were we looking at here? We got some other results. We talked about 29 already. Looking at 15 is when Fulcher has already won, declared the victor there for Congress District 1. Simpson also winning that one. No surprises there when it comes to who is remaining in Congress representing Idaho. HGR 5, no surprise there. People kind of saying they have just kind of reiterate what we already have in the Constitution, Prop 1 as well. And that is the closest race so far is the Jody Galloway and Rick Just in District 15 that we are watching throughout the rest of the night.
Yeah, those two congressional seats, I mean, I don't think there was any doubt about what was going to happen. But I'm noticing that in District 2, at least so far, the Democrat has almost 33% of the vote, which is kind of a good showing considering the drubbing that the Democrats usually take in that district.
Yeah, and we heard from the executive director of the Democratic Party how, they're proud of the effort they put forth in this election campaign. But the question is, did it really garner any results?
Well, I think it garners results when you at least have people on the ballot. Okay, so what they have worked really hard at is to decrease the number of those legislative seats that are unopposed by Republicans, right? So I think in the sense that they're running people, that's how you grow candidates. They get experience in campaigns. They learn about strategy. You get name familiarity. Those things should pay off, but it's a long game.
We're looking at the results from Ada County Commissioner District 1, Ryan Davidson leading over Jonathan Lashley. We are going to go out to the GOP headquarters where I believe there is a speech being made right now by one of the Ada County commissioners. That does look like Ryan Davidson up on the stage with the GOP chair, Dorothy Moon. It looks like he's just now stepping off, so we may have missed that. But he looks to be ahead right now for his race for county commissioner in Ada County.
Well, these are fascinating races to me because there have been Democrats elected to the Ada County Commission over the years.
Yeah, it's kind of gone back and forth.
Right. The last two cycles, however, not so good for the Democrats.
No, it's kind of really kind of pushed that way. Again, it seems like 2020 kind of things the tide turned when it comes to the Ada County Commission.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. It looks like Senator Brian Lenny up on stage now at the GOP headquarters. So the party continues at the GOP headquarters in Meridian with all the celebrations because, again, it seems to be kind of a wash for them tonight.
Yeah.
Across the board, from top down, we're still waiting to see what it looks like on the presidential race. We don't know what that's going to look like yet, but looking at Vito Barbieri holding on to his seat out of District 3. Let's check in with do we have a number on the foreman race up in District 6? Has that one changed at all, or has it gotten any closer? Joe, do you have any idea on that one?
Right now. Okay. It's interesting. So I have just followed this over about the last 10 minutes or so. And in fact, I'll just hit one more update just as we're going to talk about this. Okay, so over the last several minutes, it actually appears that the race has even disappeared off of the close races.
Close racing.
Not on the close races page anymore. So there you go. If you were curious about that.
There's the full screen, or excuse me, there's the graphic there that shows that Julia Parker is actually pulling out ahead right now.
Yes.
By 5,500 to 4,900 over the incumbent Republican Dan Foreman.
And it's interesting because on the Secretary of State's website, I have a slightly different number that looks like it could be behind. So I'm not going to launch that page right now, and we will circle back to this as we get some more updates. I will say that for it to disappear off of the close races tab, we had it up there all night. It is interesting to see here. Again, this is as of 11:05, so that was just the last few minutes here. And if you look at the Foreman-Parker race, this has different numbers than we just saw. So I'm not going to read those out. We're going to clarify what happened there. So I'll send it back to you for right now.
I think I have a guess.
Okay.
That these are districts. District 6 is over several counties. So
yeah, it's like 3 counties.
Right. So I don't know if
Layton, Lewis, and Lewiston.
Yeah. So they may have the results for one, but not the other 2, or that may be why we're seeing. I thought that the secretary explained that this is sort of an automatic algorithm that puts things on the close race, but maybe they pulled it off until they have the other counties.
That's possible. I know that the Secretary of State's team has done incredible work on all these dashboards and maps. They are monitoring them as we speak. I know because I was in touch with a member of their team. So we will circle back to that momentarily.
To see that flip, though, if that is in fact true, as we're looking at that 52% now with Senator Dan Foreman, as we talked about earlier this evening, to reiterate, he was at a candidate forum up in North Idaho. He got frustrated with one of the questions about racism in Idaho and then turned on the other candidate who happened to be a member of the Nez Perce party and said, or Nez Perce tribe, excuse me, and said, go back to where you're from.
He did say that.
Yeah, and that's just in a long line of some of these outbursts that have been recorded and talked about both in North Idaho and at the State House.
Just to be clear, the person he was referring to is running in the other race, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not her opponent.
It's not a direct opponent, but it was a forum where all 6 candidates from that area for the House seats and the Senate seats all were in the same room taking questions, and then somebody asked about racism in Idaho, and ironically...
Yeah, he stepped in it there.
Yeah, he did. All right, so now we're going to check in with Abby Wilt, who is in Canyon County, remains there for tonight. Last time we talked to you, Abby, it was pretty quiet there. I don't know if anything's changed. They're still counting up the paper ballots.
Brian, that's right. They are still counting up the paper ballots. We are still doing the same thing here, but things are going well. I'm here with Canyon County Clerk now, Rick Hogabaum. You know you have some updated numbers for us. Do you want to kind of talk through what you know?
Yes, we did push out about 73,000 votes that should be showing up. There's been a delay, at least in the posting. But we feel that there's about 101,000 people who voted. These are unconfirmed numbers. And we already have 73,000 that are already pushed and tabulated, so that's the good news. That's over 70% reporting already just a few hours after the polling location. So, some of the things that statewide people are looking at, the statewide constitutional amendment, 71% approval here, at least in Canyon County, and then 73% reporting. And then Prop 1, only 23% passage rate. And there's still some local ballot measures. We still have a handful of polling locations to come in. So the reason we have already most of our ballots already tabulated and cast is it's capturing the in-person voting. But the absentees, as you can see, the ballot is 5 pages long, so it's on 3 pages, and that's taking a long time for us to scan, and we weren't able to start scanning until today. So that's going to take us some time. We'll be here tonight. So the remaining absentee ballots will trickle in, but most of our ballots have been cast and reported.
And that 101 number, that's a big uptick from 2020, Is that correct? Do you want to kind of talk through that?
Yeah, so we had about 91,000 and change people vote. So we're looking at, again, unconfirmed results, 10,000 more people who voted in this presidential cycle. So I think just the presidential issue, but plus I think, Prop 1, some of the local measures at, the Nampa Auditorium District, there's school levies, there's a lot of important localized issues that I think we're driving people to the ballot box this year.
And is there anything else that you want to add just about the rest of the night here for viewers?
No, I'm really proud of my team and proud of Canyon County for showing up and those who were patient. So many people were courteous to our poll workers. That's very appreciated. We know that this is a big day once every 4 years on the presidential year cycle where a lot of people vote. And so, the behavior at the polls, everything was just, things went well. I'm just really proud of everyone. We will be here late tonight, as I said, just dealing with the multi-page absentee ballots, but most of our ballots are going to be reported and up, and the public can look at that. We're just, by tomorrow morning, we should have all the remaining absentees counted. So be patient as we get the absentees in.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And yeah, we'll be here covering that for the rest of the night, Brian, and we'll be sure to let you know if anything changes here.
If anything changes. All right. Thank you very much, Abby. All right, speaking of, well, anything changing, let's check in now with Hunter Funk. She is at the Ada County, or she's in Ada County, but at the GOP headquarters in Meridian. And you've got, well, friendly face, the guy we know, Secretary of State Phil McGrain.
Yeah, do you see that? He was in studio, and now he's hanging out with us. How cool is that? Okay, my first question for you, what would be your dream time frame to go to bed tonight?
I don't even know, because I expect that I will probably be working in the Capitol through the entire evening into next morning, really because it's going to take a while to get all those final results in.
I mean, how much coffee are you drinking? I think that's my next question.
I mean, caffeine's an important part of this job. Plus, it's also just exciting. It's election day. I'm an election nerd. I love this stuff. This is why I like to go around talking about elections. Being at an event like this helps bring up the mood. And we'll be celebrating all night long, watching the counties. I think everyone else, as you already said, is going to be winding down, going home and going to bed, so that when they wake up, they can look at the final results. That only happens because of all the county clerks and everybody working together to make it happen.
Which, on this note, a big thank you to everyone who is working this election, because it is hard work. And again, early hours, as we can see. How has that voter turnout been? I mean, you gotta be handling a lot of people here.
It's huge volume for this election. So we're going to be close to 900,000 people who have voted in the entire election. That's a ton. Also, when you think about it, those dedicated clerks, they started early to get the polls open. But with the 2-page ballot in most counties, or in Canyon County, who I think you guys just had on the show, they have 3 pages. It's going to take well into the evening to get all those final results tallied.
I mean, from here, I guess, what's your hope? So far, it seems like it's gone pretty smoothly.
It really has. I think this has been a very smooth election. Obviously, there's a situation in Horseshoe Bend where people had to wait quite a while, and it's great to see how patient voters were. But overall, it's gone really well. Even here, you can feel the energy has been very positive. When I walked in, people just seem to be feeling great about how the election went. And so we're fortunate to be in Idaho, where we can all pretty much go to bed and feel comfortable that the election went smooth and that results are going to be good when we wake up in the morning.
And I guess my other thing for you is, after here, where are you going?
I'm going to be headed back to the Capitol. We had a brief popped over here, stopped in studio, came over here. We'll head back to the Capitol and start taking calls from all the county clerks.
I feel like at this point we might as well just tag along. No, I'm just playing. Well, we appreciate you being here. Again, election workers just working so hard to get all this done, Brian. We're excited. It's great to see this voter turnout.
It is a very good turnout. Yeah, not quite percentage-wise, but by total numbers, better than we did last time in 2020. Thank you very much, Hunter. Some of the other races we're kind of keeping an eye on. There's a lot of levies that have been tried over, well, several election cycles. Back at it again today. Looking at some of those results. Joe, do you have some of those pulled up? Just looking at the Middleton Fire levy right here. Doesn't look good for Middleton right now. Reporting 10% though, but 58% of those say no thanks to helping Middleton Fire. Star Fire, same thing. 53% to 47%. Dr. Witt, we were talking about this. Is this, sometimes they put these in off-year elections, but you've said that maybe these aren't the best things to try during a presidential election? Canyon County Ambulance District also voting no right now, 55%, still only 10% reporting.
Yeah, I think that's true, and that's maybe why the legislature has moved over the last several cycles to push as many elections to just a couple major dates, right?
Not to spread them out.
Instead of sprinkling school bond elections throughout the year.
And I think their mentality behind that is not, the voter turnout obviously is not as great in those off election times, not when they're not presidential elections. So therefore, a small percentage of that community is voting on something that the rest of the community is going to be paying for 10 years or so.
Correct. Your really passionate voters might show up to vote yes on a school bond, patrons of the school district. Sometimes the elections are in a school building, that kind of thing. So
Homedale looks like it's getting a little bit, though. Plant facilities levy getting up 61% in favor of that, with 50% reporting. Now, to be fair, even in these off years, they don't seem to do very well either. When we have some of these supplemental levies and school levies. Twin Falls ahead on that one, 60-40 right now.
That should be passing, right? Because there'll be two different decision rules. A school bond would be the 66 and 2/3.
Right, and a supplemental levy just needs that simple majority.
believe so.
I believe that's the case.
Kind of
yes.
late. I might be wrong.
Yeah, no. Jerome, same situation. That is getting some momentum there, 54% to 46%. This is, again, a lot of these school districts are having to say, we need some money that the state is not giving us, that the state Supreme Court has said they are not fulfilling their constitutional obligation. It was tried with property taxes. It was tried with sales taxes. And now this is kind of what we're left with school districts trying to raise the money themselves.
This is true. The legislature did take a big step, though, this last session to increase the amount of state money flowing to build buildings and do renovation in buildings. Probably not enough from the viewpoint of the school districts, but it's the first time that the state started paying for those capital costs that are currently or were then held by 100% by local taxes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't that a $2 billion bill passed, but it's spread over 10 years?
Yes. So it's probably not enough at any one time to fix any one school district's all their problems.
True. Yeah. All right. Looking at some of the Ada County Highway District numbers, Alexis Pickering up 57 to 43 over Rebecca Arnold. That is the incumbent. Rebecca Arnold, though, has been involved with Ada County Highway District before, so this would not be her first time trying to get back in there. But you can see she's losing to Alexis Pickering in Ada County Highway District Zone 2.
Yes.
With about 95% reporting there. Do a lot of people just kind of pass over those? Not everybody gets to vote on all those zones either, depending on where you live. You get a zone 1, 2, or 3, so
that's right.
the number are going to be smaller comparatively.
I mean, an interesting trivia thing, Rebecca Arnold is the Ada County assessor. So if she would win, she would hold both offices at the same time.
At the same time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess that's allowed by law?
It is.
Okay, there you go. So that's currently not looking like what's going to happen, though. Mike Simpson, Congressman Mike Simpson, did win 60% of the votes there over David Roth, 26%. And we're looking at 53%. Same situation for Congressman Russ Fulcher. So kind of a clean sweep for the incumbents in U.S. Congress. No surprises there. Kai, what were you saying to me there just a second ago? What do we have next after this? We're looking at some of these other races. Joe, are you watching something over there that we need to know about?
Yeah, there are two things that I wanted to touch on. First, I wanted to mention the Nampa Auditorium District creation and the Board of Directors infrastructure setup. There's only 10% of the vote in, but so far voters that are eligible to vote for the Nampa Auditorium District, so far about 2/3 of them say yes. So what this would do if this passes is basically it would add an extra tax in the city of Nampa only for people that are staying at hotels. So there would be a very small tax that would be added on to hotel rooms, and that money would help to pay for the auditoriums, like the Idaho Center out there in Nampa, as well as the Civic Center. The point of this is to not tax the locals in the Nampa area, not to tax them, but instead tax the people that are staying at the hotels, at the spots that are just around the venues, like the Idaho Center. It's kind of paying for growth. And when I talked to the people that were bringing the question to the ballot, supporters of the Nampa Auditorium District, they described it in a way that, we have these really nice centers and we have these really nice facilities for things like PBR, horse riding, of course, concert venues, sporting events. For us to keep those in tip-top and great shape and to have more and more popular acts come in, we need to maintain these nice things that we have. So that would add a little bit of a tax for people only staying in the hotels. Right now, it looks like the voters say yes. And to be clear, not everybody in Nampa got to vote on this, only if you lived inside the auditorium district. Some other things we were looking at, Brian, you mentioned Canyon County and a few things that are on the ballot there. The Canyon County Ambulance District levy, for example. So far, it looks like the voters are saying no to that, which is interesting. The city of Wilder, they had a wastewater improvement bond, and we have done some coverage on that, hearing from the city of Wilder about why they needed it and how it's going to be used. So far, 54-13, that one is out in front. We spoke about the CUNA School District levy, and you have to combine these results with Ada County, as Dr. Witt pointed out earlier. But so far in Canyon County, it is a no so far. And then the Caldwell School District levy is something interesting. It's one that we have heard from people in Caldwell that they're very passionate about, because for the first time in 40 years, back in May, the district levy actually failed. And right now, I mean, it is a razor thin margin there. You can see that's a 9-vote difference so far. And 19, excuse me, 19. There you go. See, I just missed a 1. 19 so far there. It's after 11 o'clock. I've been told there'd be no math. There's plenty of math. But yeah, it's interesting, Brian, because, you know, I'm not advocating for or against anything, but when we heard from folks that were in support of the Caldwell levy, they said if this doesn't pass, we have some really serious concerns. On the other end, I have heard from you know, people that live in that area that say, look, I think that the school district should play with the money that they got. And I don't have kids in school, so I don't know why I have to pay extra money. So you can see both sides of the equation there. It's certainly interesting. But yeah, so far, that one is razor thin. So we will follow that deep into the night. It's also one of these things I know that folks at home say, well, what are we following into the night? It seems like a lot of these races are already settled. They are not. And you need to remember that there's usually a headline the day after the election, Brian and Dr. Witt, that says, this race was settled by only 2 votes. We don't know what that is until every vote gets processed. And as we heard from the Canyon County Clerk a short time ago, a lot of work to be done on that. Yes, some races are going to be lopsided, but there are down ballot issues that I know that some Idahoans did not even know was on their ballot till they got there.
And we could see some changes as we get through the night as well. Some closer races, some flipping a little bit. Speaking of what's happening when they tally these votes, we haven't heard from Aspen Schumpert in a while. Let's check in with her. She's at the Ada County Elections Office. Aspen, how are you doing and how's it going down there?
Yeah, Brian, not much of an update here at the Ada County Elections Office. We're continuing to just watch this process keep on going. Again, all of the ballots from the precincts, the other locations in the county have made their way here and they're starting to be tabulated. You can see this process behind me. That's what they're doing. They're getting us updated results. We're continuing to watch those. Again, in Ada County, it was a pretty smooth day when it goes to voting in person and registering. Registering is what caused some of those longer wait times in the county, which was really the only issue that the county experienced, according to Ada County Clerk Trent Triple. Again, this is what's happening here. Not much of an update. We're continuing to watch the results as they come in, keep you updated. Again, things are pretty much winding down. We're just waiting to get more results. Brian.
Yeah, long night still ahead for those people down at the Ada County Elections Office. Thank you very much, Aspen. Jumping across town now, we're going to check in with Abby Davis. She's at the Democratic headquarters. Things have been quiet there for some time, too. Looks like the lights are on. They're starting to put some of the tables and chairs away. Abby, one more time, we'll hear from you.
Yeah, hotel staff are now cleaning this watch party up. It has been over for a while now. Many people leaving. About 45 minutes ago to an hour ago. People, they tell me they're trying to process what has happened over tonight. They're saying that they are hoping that things would have gone differently. Also saying that in their eyes, the Democrats have underperformed and they're trying to understand what has happened here locally and nationally, hoping that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz would pull away. Again, saying that the results are kind of speaking for themselves. When I asked if there was somebody with the Democratic Party here in Idaho that could do kind of a night-end wrap just to, touch base on how things are feeling as we head into the night, because obviously, as Joe was saying earlier, it's not over till it's over for all of these races. So when I asked if there was anybody that would be available to do that interview, they said no. People left here pretty a while ago, and they were eager to get home for sure and finish watching up at home. So I also asked several of the community members that were here as well, and they weren't too willing to do an interview either. But earlier when I was chatting with them, very similar sentiments. People worried about the future of our country in their eyes or in their minds, saying, quote, they're baffled at why and how people would want to vote for Donald Trump and why some of the races here locally are going the way that they are right now. So that is the general sentiment right now here in this room, again, as people are leaving and as the watch party dies down here. But of course, we'll see what happens overnight and in the coming days as those races wrap up. Back to you guys.
Abby, really quickly, what was the point where the mood kind of shifted? As you said, it was optimistic going in. When would that mood kind of shift?
A great question. I can't really pinpoint exactly when. I would say about an hour ago or so, right around when we were talking about Rick Just, the senator, trailing a little bit. So, yeah, the mood here has been low for quite some time now.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. Now speaking on the other end of the spectrum, the mood obviously a little bit better at the GOP headquarters. We're going to go over there right now, see what's happening in Meridian at the Marriott there. And I think people are watching kind of what's going on a national scale. Hunter, you are there right now. What are we watching?
Yeah, Brian, right now you're just looking at everyone. They're getting really excited. They have Newsmax on. That's kind of what they've been watching for the results for the presidential candidates. Now, they just projected that Donald Trump is winning. Again, we're still waiting on those results here with our stuff, but they are very excited. The energy is alive, you could say. Chanting, I guess you could say, USA, USA. Definitely something that a lot of folks were sticking around to watch, so I don't know. I guess we'll see how it pans out when we get all of the information back.
All right. Thanks, Hunter. I don't know kind of when we expect any sort of call when it comes to the presidential race, but we're keeping an eye on that as we look down at the numbers at the bottom of the screen. Dr. Witt, anything kind of, well, that you've been kind of scrolling through here looking at some of these races. Still looking at 15? Still keep an eye on that one?
Yeah, all of the races in 15 are still very close.
Okay.
Although Dory Healy is pulling away a little bit. She's got 53% compared to 47% for Sherry Baber. The District 29 A and B seat are still very close over in East Idaho. And I was looking at the District 6 race for Senator Dan Foreman, the Republican versus Julia Parker. And it's very close, but I think that we have a whole county not reporting on that yet.
Okay.
So we have the Nez Perce County, we have Latah County, but Lewiston County is not yet reporting.
Yeah, okay. So that's the kind of one we're watching there.
Well,
that one...
you know, he did really well in Nez Perce County, and there are more people there. So
yeah.
I'm not sure what difference that'll make.
Yeah, that's true. We'll keep an eye on that. As you said, Dory Healy is up 53 to 47 in that 15B seat for the Idaho legislature, 80% reporting. Kind of coming down to the wire here, looks like things are kind of solidifying other than those few that you just mentioned. Not much change expected for some of those races. I mean, it would take a little bit. We're looking at 1,000, almost a little more than 1,000 votes here in this race. So that would be a lot of Steve Birch also up just by about 300 votes there in 15A, the incumbent Steve Birch. So this is that area of Boise, West Boise, that we said was more purple than anything else.
Right. You know, as we've been watching, in one 5-minute period, the Democrat's ahead, and the next 5-minute period, the Republican is. So it's going to be a little while before we get all the votes counted. It should be quicker for the races that are only involving one county, because then you don't have to wait for the second or third county to finish their tabulation.
Yeah, okay. Joe, the race that kind of everybody's, well, nationally.
Yeah. Should we talk about
what are we looking at there?
Well, I'll tell you, in the last several minutes, there's been a lot of, I guess, commentary coming down about what is happening across the country right now. In terms of the actual results, you can see here that Donald Trump is inching closer to that 270 mark. I think the last time we checked in, he might have been at 230-something or 240, but with Georgia and now Pennsylvania. So Georgia's been called by the Associated Press as well as most news agencies. You can see the AP called that race about an hour ago. So Donald Trump winning Georgia, a change from 4 years ago. If you look at Pennsylvania at this point, it doesn't quite show it on this graphic, but the experts are kind of saying, and you can see at the bottom here, that Donald Trump continues to increase his lead at 51.2% over Kamala Harris at 47.8%. If Philadelphia, Pennsylvania were to go red, that would basically wrap things up for Donald Trump. Down in the state of Arizona, we know that there are some major results that still need to come in, but Donald Trump is ahead in the split battle in Arizona. You can see about 50% to 49.1%. I understand that Maricopa County, which is one of the largest voting blocks in the state of Arizona, is finally coming in, and there was a lot of traction down in Arizona and chatter about what those those results would look like. There's some attention on the state of Nevada, but again, Donald Trump with a healthy lead there, as that one's actually grown over the last half hour, I'd say. So as you look out at this map here, what we're kind of watching for now is an official decision in Pennsylvania. We can see that Wisconsin and Michigan are starting to get a little bit redder. If you are a Democrat and you're looking for good news, Minnesota does look like it is going to go for Kamala Harris. I will tell you this, you can read into this as much as you want. There's news out of the Kamala Harris campaign that she will not be addressing voters tonight at Howard University. Her campaign spokesman addressing the crowd a short time ago, saying that the vice president will be addressing the nation tomorrow as there are more votes coming in. But Brian, Dr. Witt, I understand that at some point we are expecting to hear from Donald Trump. He's at a convention center down in Florida where there was word that he was on his way there and is expected to address supporters tonight. You can read into that all you want. There's still a lot of votes that need to come in. I actually believe this is a live look we're looking at in Florida, and they are awaiting Donald Trump's arrival. You heard Hunter during her live shot at the Republican Party allude to celebrations there. I want to be very clear. The Electoral College has not been called. The presidential race has not been called. However, the writing is on the wall, and you can see some of the trends, and you can compare them to 4 years ago and 8 years ago. And for the days after this, we'll be able to dig into all of this with people like Dr. Witt and Dr. Charlie Hunt at Boise State.
And speaking of versus 4 years ago versus 8 years ago, just looking at some of the numbers when it comes to Idaho and this presidential race, 65% of Idahoans with right now voting for Donald Trump, whereas 4 years ago it was Trump won easily, about 64%.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
But there's a bit of a bump. This, as you can see, 66% for Idaho right now, looking at 69% reporting. So it's a bit of a bump this cycle.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you?
A little bit.
Yeah.
It does. But I think early on I thought that mobilizing so many voters about Prop 1 might decrease the Republican percentage a little bit. But that was clearly not the case.
Clearly not the case, as the Prop 1 totals went, one way, extremely one way.
Right.
About 2/3.
Yeah, and the votes, it's like they're inverse, right? The constitutional amendment and the proposition kind of have the inverse vote of each other.
And then you're looking at some of those numbers now, 69% voting no on Proposition 1 for the open primaries, ranked choice voting. So that one looks like it's not going to come out on top. As you mentioned, HJR 5, which would be no citizens voting in any election in Idaho. People want to put that in our Constitution. That would be 64% of voters, or 362,000, saying, yep, let's kind of double up on that. Some of the other races, as we're kind of cycling through some of the results tonight, again, 65% reporting. Lance Clow winning 72% is the bottom of the screen. What else we got across the top there? We got incumbent sheriff, Ada County Sheriff Matt Clifford, getting the win there at 76%. That one didn't seem to be close either, but even though a good showing by a constitutional party candidate.
Correct.
Russ Fulcher, Congressman Russ Fulcher, winning his with 71% of the votes to retain his House seat, District 1. District 2, Mike Simpson, winning his with 60% of the vote. A little bit closer there, but 72% reporting. What about the next slide? What do we got here coming up? This, again, not a surprise for anybody. This is the one we're kind of watching a little bit closer with 80% now. We're seeing a 611 vote difference between Cody Galloway and Rick Just in District 15 of West Boise. Ron Taylor, that also, we could see, now this was the race here where Lori Likely coming back into the legislature after taking a cycle off, after taking a term off.
Yes, and apparently the voters approve.
Mm-hmm. Ron Taylor beat her last time.
Maybe they didn't like the way Ron Taylor did. It's been a great night for Republicans, and I think that shows in that race.
That's kind of, that shows that for sure. But then on the other side, up north in State Senate District 6, Julia Parker, the Democrat, right now ahead of Dan Foreman. So that would be kind of a wash when it comes to the Senate seats. Not really a jump there between those two, but those are 40% reporting. And as you mentioned earlier, there's a couple of counties up there that combine Nez Perce, Latah and Lewis County there kind of combined for that one. Steve Birch in District 15 up 51% to 49 by about 310 votes, with 80% reporting in that area. Over and at Tipton, and also in 15 where we've been focusing all night. So kind of a, well, not a wash, but a mixed bag of Dory Healy from the Republican side, the incumbent, holding on to her seat.
Yeah. Well, we could see the Republicans win all three of those seats. I mean, the Birch and Tipton race is very close, right? And the Galloway and Just race is very close.
It's very close. Things could change. Yeah, we still got 20% still to report there in Ada County, with 1,200 votes separating those two, Dory Healy. Canyon County, the ambulance district, the permanent override levy, 45% saying yes, 55% saying no. That looks like it's headed for defeat, although still only 25% as we hear in Canyon County, still tabulating those votes out in Canyon County. Middleton, looking at no votes for the fire levy there. That's also one of the growing areas of Canyon County, but not getting any extra money for the fire department there. Star, also on the losing end of their levy. It looks like 53% to 47%. That one's almost complete at 95% reporting, but only about 700 votes there. Marsing, to dissolve and then create a new ambulance district, 86% said yes, so overwhelmingly saying, yeah, let's do that in Marsing, which is one of the smaller ones, only about 600 votes there. Caldwell, the supplemental levy. Joe, remind me, the supplemental levy needs 50% plus one in order to pass, and right now it looks like it's not going to get there.
Well, we only have a 10% reporting according to this graphic, so we'll have to see what happens. I know it could change, and I know, for example, Ada County Elections just put out a note saying, hey, we have a lot of results coming in. However, we still have 20-some thousand early voting and absentee voting things to process. If you remember the live shot we took out at the Canyon County Elections Office a bit earlier, they had a lot of ballots and a lot of adjudicating and a lot of work to still be done out there. So in these levies and these these ballot questions at the local level, it will be a late night in terms of tabulating. I think, though, for a lot of the candidate races, they have been effectively decided, but there's going to be a lot of intricate counting to happen into tonight.
You mentioned Ada County Elections Office. I'm being told that there might be something happening out at the Ada County Elections Office. That's where Aspen Schumpert is there right now. Aspen, is there an update to what is happening down? Okay, hold on one second, I'm being told. But I was told there could be something with the tabulations. Waiting to see what's happening with that. But until then, it is 95%. So if it is something happening, a little wrench in the system, they're almost there. They're 95% in Ada County, at least for some of those elections, for some of those races, in some of those precincts. But we'll see what happens. I'm waiting for that. So sorry to jump the gun there, but that's kind of what we were looking at for Ada County.
Yeah.
And I know on the national stage right now, there's a lot of attention, obviously, on the presidential race, and we can continue to take a look at that. I'm just looking off camera right now as they're showing shots of the event that Donald Trump is expected to speak at here. We've been told momentarily that can mean anything in the TV world. I do want to draw attention, though, to the map here. We do have an update on the Electoral College since we last checked in. Donald Trump at 247 now, as Philadelphia has essentially, from what the experts are saying, most of the votes are in, 95% of the votes, according to the Associated Press. So the state of Pennsylvania appears to be going to former President Donald Trump. If that does end up being the case, the path to victory for Kamala Harris has gotten very difficult.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, it is getting a little tighter there, kind of narrowing some of the path there for Kamala Harris if she wants to win the presidential race. We do have a results page, though. If you'd like to have that texted to you, where you can kind of keep tabs of these on your phone, we can send you a link to our results page. All you have to do is text results to the number 208-321-5614. That's our text line. So go ahead and type the word results, send it to that number, and we'll send it directly to your phone. Meanwhile, it looks like we are ready to go at the Ada County Elections Office to find out if there is an issue with when it comes to tabulations. Aspen, what is happening down there?
Yeah, Brian, we're told there's a little bit of a hiccup. Trent Tribble, County Clerk, is going to join us to give us a little insight on what's going on right now.
Yeah, so we've discovered through our adjudication process that there's about 18,500 ballots that were cast in early voting at one of our early voting sites, and that was here at the Benjamin site here at election headquarters. Out of abundance of caution, we are rescanning those through our central count. We're about finished with them. We should have those posted to our total results. I suspect since LD15, there's some close races with an LD15, and that early voting site kind of sits close to LD15. That might affect LD15 races. We also have about 2,000 absentees that we picked up at the 8 o'clock pickup from the post office and in the drop boxes that will also be uploading. So we still have about 20,000 votes out there for our results to be finished tonight.
What would you say people should look out for updates when it comes to what these results are?
Just that the closest races we have right now are LD15, and those 20,000 votes could have an impact on those races. But we should have those up within the next 30 minutes, I think.
All right, thank you very much. Brian, we're going to send it back to you from Ada County Elections Office.
Aspen, really
here.
quickly, did he say why they having to rescan those 18,500 ballots?
Can you touch a little bit more on why you're going to have to rescan those ballots?
So when we get these scanners back from our early voting sites, we do a check on them, right? And there was 2 of the scanners that had small discrepancies in them based off the amount of ballots that were cast. And we'd also had received reports from some of our poll workers that there was some confusion on whether or not the ballots had been accepted in those properly from the voters. And so we wanted to do a test, and when we found there was a small variance in some of the ballots that we had scanned, just to double check those, we decided out of, again, of abundance of caution to just do all of the ballots again to make sure that they were cast properly.
And walk me through a little bit more of how you guys discovered that tonight.
We discovered it early in the day when we thought it was only isolated to 2 scanners, and we think it was. We don't think that it affected the other scanners, but again, we weren't 100% sure that it hadn't. And so for that particular site, we decided we're just going to rescan all of them just to make sure that we get that right.
All right, people can expect updates from you guys, and you said the next 30 minutes?
That's correct.
All right, Brian.
All right, thank you very much, Aspen. It seems like a little discrepancy in numbers, but the system working kind of like it's supposed to work. When they catch those things, they recheck them, and we'll have those numbers. So as he said, District 15, tight race, 20,000 votes, ballots could
make
swing
a difference.
A big difference. And speaking of that, Joe, you do have an update as they're kind of rescanning some of those. We're getting some new numbers coming in.
Yes. So if you take a look at the District 15 races, we've been talking about this throughout the night. Cody Galloway is now inching ahead of Rick Just. If you take a look at the map here, the map is not going to change. I think that we know what neighborhood is going to go what color. So we'll come back down to this. Cody Galloway, we can report again a few hundred votes. You could say about 500 votes ahead of Rick Just. So yeah, the 20,000 votes, not all 20,000 votes will be impacting this race, but a handful of them will from the early voting location. District 15, same area, same conversation. The only difference here is that Steve Birch is ahead of Annette Tipton. Again, it's interesting to see the differences between the race of Just and for Birch. There was, thousands and thousands of dollars put into the race to unseat Rick Just. There just wasn't financially the same attention as there was for Steve Birch as there was for Rick Just. And then Representative B from District 15, Dory Healy, continues to get, further and further out. I think at this point about 1,300 difference. You can see here the map's going to look very familiar. And just while I have you here, we have a few minutes. Why don't we take a look at District 29, Representative A, Dustin Manwaring, who at one point was only a few dozen votes separate from Mary Shea. Dustin Manwaring down in the Pocatello area. You can see here. That has flipped a little bit. So Mary Shea had an initial lead throughout the night. Dustin Manwaring now appears to be having a strong finishing. And then if we stay down in District 29, Nate Roberts is ahead of the Republican representative, Tanya Burgoyne, which is also interesting because when you take a look at these 2 races, these races are basically the same neighborhoods just down the street from each other. And you can tell that, the maps on both of them are going to be almost identical. The only difference is going to be the actual numbers. So, as the dust settles on these and we get the final results, that's the type of thing that I'm really interested in as the turnout for one race over another. And to be honest, you'd have to interview every individual voter to get an exact answer. Yeah. But certainly things to jump into over the next few days.
Why they could go both ways in the same area. Exactly.
Yeah. when overall the picture is essentially the same, that you have these red neighborhoods, these blue neighborhoods. Again, you mentioned this is right around the campus of Idaho State University in Pocatello. It's just interesting to me, you know, as Phil McGrain called himself an election nerd, I'll just throw myself in that same basket. Feel free to join. But it's interesting on who votes on what races. I know, for example, I got so many questions from viewers at home. Do I have to vote on judges? I don't really want to. The answer is no. You don't have to vote on specific races if you don't want to. But it does become interesting in terms of like what was picked up on, what wasn't. We know that Proposition 1, for example, that drove so many people down to the polls. And I know some folks, for example, they could care less about who's representing them. I will say 7 of the 44 counties have officially put their results in on Proposition 1. Really no change as we get the sizable answer down from the Treasure Valley. An astounding no from Canyon County, a convincing no in Ada County. If you go up again to Latah County, the only one so far that we're seeing this, I guess, the situation of yes. So we will stick with this. There's certainly things to follow deep into the night. Just while I'm up on the touchscreen, why don't we just take a look? Presidential election map again. Nothing has been officially called, but Donald Trump closer and closer to 270.
And Latah County up there, obviously where the University of Moscow is, and so that's kind of, I mean, that's surprising to me that would be the only county, though, that has picked up a substantial yes vote for Prop 1.
I would like to talk to voters, as again, nothing's been officially called, but we can see the writing on the wall here. I'd be interested to hear from voters if this was a situation where they're fundamentally against Proposition 1, or if this is what Dr. Witt alluded to earlier, where people are unfamiliar with something or they find it complicated and just vote no out of just, you know, pure reaction.
Kind of like the Cheesecake Factory menu, just too many things to choose from. Yeah. And you're like, wait a second, I don't know. I mean, I'll just go with what's easiest.
I'll just have
and
a
best.
water.
Yeah.
Well, I think there'll be a lot of, I guess, Wednesday morning quarterbacking about whether those should have been 2 different initiatives.
Yeah. And we'll hopefully find that answer out and maybe see if there's something they will be pursuing.
I mean, they might have both failed.
True.
You can't know.
But I think we heard a lot of that. I like one, but not the other.
Right.
So we'll see. All right. Well, we're going to check in one more time in Canyon County, where Abby Witt is hanging out at the elections office there. Numbers keep piling up, Abby.
Numbers do keep piling up, Brian. That is about all we know here as well. We are still in Canyon County. We don't have a big update here, but as you can see, people are still busy working here. We have more of the adjudicating process happening. It's what you're seeing now. And then all of these ballots, you can see them here. There are stacks and stacks of absentee ballots that still need to be counted. So those are going to be being counted late into the night tonight. So it's definitely nowhere near over here in Canyon County. But all of the locations have indeed brought their ballots to Canyon County now, all of those 45 different locations that we've been talking about. So things are trying to slow down a little bit, but as you can see here, there are still materials being sorted about. These are those poll pads that we've been talking about, so all of the election materials are coming back to where we are now, but things are definitely running very smoothly. And like we said in our last update, there have been over 101,000 ballots that have been cast here in Canyon County, and that is a historic record here in Canyon County. So in 2020, there were only 91,000 ballots that were cast. Now there's 101,000, so over 10,000 people came out, and the Canyon County Clerk says that's because of what was on the ballot, of course, but also just a high interest in this election. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on what's going on here in Canyon County, keep bringing in those numbers, but people are still busy and people are still working hard here for sure. Brian?
101,000, that's a lot. Abby, quick question though, just out of curiosity, the people that are there, are they working in shifts or are they just come in late and they're going to work all through the night?
You know, they are working through the night. The people that are here are definitely staying put. We've been all joking that we're all in it for the long run here. So yeah, they are not coming in shifts that I know of. They're all working hard, staying put.
Loading up on caffeine and getting us through till, as the clerk there said, till probably 6 o'clock in the morning.
Loading up on caffeine. Yes, at least 6 o'clock, maybe a little later. So it's kind of been fluctuating based on how quickly they can get those absentee ballots put through the scanners and cast. And that process is definitely looking to take a little longer than they expected. And like I said, we couldn't start counting those absentee ballots until tonight at 8 o'clock. So that's definitely slowing down the process a little bit. But they are still going smooth. Everything's working out as well as it can be.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. And as we approach the midnight hour here on election night, Dr. Witt, pardon the some of us getting a little punch drunk here as we continue on, but still waiting the outcome of the presidential race. That's the big race that's going on. Kind of keep an eye on what is happening nationally with some of the partying going on at Trump headquarters. But you can see in Idaho, anyway, on really not a big surprise with 66% voting for Donald Trump, 71% reporting. Kamala Harris just getting 31% of the vote. And as I said, that's a little bit more than we saw 4 years ago voting for this same person, different candidate on the Democratic side.
Yeah, maybe it's useful to take a minute to reflect on what an unusual campaign this has been, right? The original Democratic candidate was Joe Biden. He performed miserably in the first debate. There was a switch, and Harris takes over as the candidate.
That all happened in June and then July.
Yeah, so the traditional vetting that would have happened in a primary season really didn't include her specifically as the lead candidate. So I do think there were some voters who felt like they didn't know that her as well as they knew Trump. But clearly Trump's message seems to be resonating in many of the swing states. I haven't done the math, but it looks like he's closing in on that.
Earlier tonight, Joe was talking about how it was kind of shaping up to be like it was in 2020, but now we're starting to see some of those states kind of that went Democratic last go around are kind of shading red a little bit as we look at some of the totals here. 66% again in Idaho. That was never in doubt with our 4 electoral college votes going toward Donald Trump at 247 right now to 214. Nobody has called this one officially yet because we are still waiting for some of the Nevada, Arizona. Some of those states have yet to be completely put to bed. The swing states up top, that would be Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. That right, as you can see, the shade is kind of tell you which way they're leaning a little bit, but that could change. We'll see how that works throughout the night. We were told that there was a possibility we could hear from Kamala Harris at Howard University. That has since been put on hold, probably because and likely because of the way this is shaping up in this national race.
Right.
So, as far as local races, we've been through this once. Let's go through it again with Russ Fulcher. As you see the bottom of the screen, things hold true in the congressional candidates and delegates going from Idaho to Washington, D.C. Not changing there. HJR 5 passing easily, 69% to 31. The other one, Proposition 1, also looking like it's failing significantly. Cody Galloway now up over Rick Just. Ali Rabi is leading in her race. In Senate District 16, 17, looking at Summeroth, holding strong there. Ward Engelking also declared the winner. So some things staying the same when it comes to incumbents. And again, 15 and 6, those are the races that we're kind of looking at that could kind of change things a little bit.
Yeah, and 29.
And 29.
Yeah, I mean, we knew when the evening started that the vast majority of the legislative races would not be competitive, and they haven't been.
They haven't been.
But the ones that in District 15, District 6, District 29, those appear to be very close.
They appear to be very close. You can follow along at home with some of these results. All you have to do is type the word or send the word results to 208-321-5614. That will send you, or that will get you a results page sent directly to your phone from KTVB. You're looking at District 6 right now as Dan Foreman. That is still 40%, but 517 votes is the difference between Dan Foreman and Julia Parker, as Dustin Manwaring in District 29 holds, or should say, is now down to Mary Shea, 52 to 42%. This one's been going back and forth all night, 45% reporting. We could see, let's see, 409 votes. Yeah, that's good math. That'll work.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't really round on
I
elections.
approve.
You approve.
And then the other one in 15 is Dory Healy holding on to her spot in that incumbent position for the Republican Party in 15B. 1,200 votes, 80%.
And you can see there too, Steve Birch, about 310 votes. How about that?
That's a good. Yeah, you can see it right there.
Right there.
So could this one again 80%? This was there was a little bit of money spent in this race, in basically all of 15, I think. Right, Joe? This is kind of where a lot of the Republicans thought they had a chance of flipping some of these seats.
Yeah, I think West Boise is definitely an area that's been on the Republicans' radar. I mean, not just recently, but for decades. Just the truth of the matter is, and I think you could also follow this through political signs. The further that you drive out out west towards Meridian and Eagle, for the most part, the more red it gets. Yeah. So when you see like some of these opportunities for the Republicans to flip a seat, this is one that I know has been on their list for a long time. Mm-hmm. The question is, with growth in the Treasure Valley and growth in West Boise, which does include some very liberal neighborhoods like the North End, the question is, at what point does that start to lean a little bit further to the right as people start moving into the west? As you can see here, too, something else that's been interesting, Matt Clifford, he's going to remain the Ada County Sheriff. Doug Traubel, though, had a very impressive campaign in terms of a ground game and in terms of drawing attention on social media. Again, a constitutional sheriff candidate, a guy that had essentially faced off with Matt Clifford a few years ago. You may remember the former sheriff in Ada County, he left, and so it was up to the Ada County commissioners to hire who is now the current sheriff. Doug Traubel and Matt Clifford had essentially job interviews in front of the Ada County commissioners, and at that point, the commissioners decided, okay, we're going to go with Matt Clifford, who I believe he was the deputy chief at the time at Ada County.
He was I believe, in Eagle. Yeah,
in Eagle, yep.
Then the commissioners were a lot tighter than this race shows. They were kind of, it was a toss-up at that point with the commissioners, and they went with Matthew Clifford, and so this is what the voters think should remain the same.
And I also, I came all the way over here for a little bit of a programming note. So, folks, I just want to give you a little bit of a lay of the land. We are waiting on former President Donald Trump to address a crowd in Florida. Of course, we don't know exactly what he will say, but this is a live look at his election night party. I believe this is the Palm Beach Convention Center. As we mentioned earlier in the evening, Kamala Harris's campaign told supporters at Howard University that she will not be addressing the crowd tonight. She's reportedly going to address the crowd tomorrow. Her campaign telling the crowd, thousands and thousands of people at Howard University who are expecting to hear from Kamala Harris, they told the crowd that there were still votes being counted, so they're going to hold off until tomorrow. At the same time as that was happening, we understand that former President Trump was taking a car ride from Mar-a-Lago to the Palm Beach Convention Center, to where he is expected to make remarks. There are some news agencies that have done their own math and surmise that they believe President Trump is on a specific path. We will find out, though, momentarily, is what we've heard really for the last 45 minutes, as President Trump is expected to address the crowd. I will tell you, our team is planning on taking that speech live, and we will stick with it. And then after the former president finishes his remarks, we will come back to the studio here in Boise, and we'll continue to wrap up. One of the things that we are keeping an eye on, as Aspen Shumpert told us just a short time ago, about 20,000 votes are going to be rescanned in Ada County. As we've highlighted with District 15, there was some very close races, so we are going to stick with you on air until we get that situation not fully counted, but fully addressed, I would say. I know that is a late night for everyone here as we're getting closer and closer to midnight, but Brian, Dr. Witt, just a little bit of a lay of the land. We're waiting for what would be a monumental speech from the former president. At the same time, we are still waiting for some I's to be dotted, some T's to be crossed.
And as Ada County Clerk Trent Triple said, that with those 20,000 or so, or 18,500 ballots that they had to rescan, that's being done, almost done now.
Right.
As it shouldn't take too long, but it's just a little bit of a hiccup to say, okay, there was a discrepancy in some of the numbers. They didn't add up, and now they're just going to rescan them and make sure that that one machine that was kind of showing that discrepancy, they can just throw that out and just redo it all.
And it's been interesting to, I'm not there tonight, but I've been able to watch the Ada County Elections Office in years past, and it's extremely transparent. So you can even go online and you can watch all the live cameras. I can tell you just, in terms of professional experience, the Ada County Elections team is going to go into extreme detail. Even if one or two ballots was messed up, they're going to look at that and they're going to make sure that it is not a pattern. I can tell you that Ada County, the largest county in the state of Idaho in terms of population, they take this very seriously. And Brian, I think it is a commentary that is out there across the country about elections officials. I can tell you in the state of Idaho, from the top down, you saw Secretary of State Phil McGrain, there's a reason why elections offices are run the way they are in Idaho. That is a top-down directive. The Secretary of State, as we've heard from here tonight, and it seemed like we had Phil McGrain on almost daily during the election cycle. Something that they've really invested in and the county clerks are really buying into is transparency. So whether it was going to impact the elections or not, you could fully trust that the Ada County elections team is going to make sure that everything is done properly.
We heard after the 2020 election, it was the most secure election in American history. I'm sure we're going to get that same report this go around. I mean, because things have been tightened up even more so after that election, when there was a lot of questions, even though some of those were without basis, but now people have just kind of taken it upon themselves. Well, we'll just make double sure that things are run properly.
And I think, here at almost midnight, so it's almost Wednesday.
Midnight exactly.
Midnight exactly. Happy Wednesday. You're tuned into KTVB. It's a whole new day here. It's interesting because, except for, we've reported on some of the bomb threats in the state of Georgia and the state of Pennsylvania. If you look across local news networks across the country, there really wasn't anything to write home about. I think there were certainly folks, and we appropriately covered concerns, election integrity concerns, the issues between voters and poll workers. For the most part, unless, something comes out that I just haven't seen, it's been a very peaceful night across our country, and that includes here in the state of Idaho. I'm only aware of one minor issue that happened in Ada County, and I understand that it was resolved in a matter of minutes.
Yeah.
So it's interesting where we are here tonight. Again, the votes are still coming in. They're still being tallied. I know there are folks that are still wondering, okay, well, when is the presidential election going to go final? Regardless of what happens tonight, none of this is technically official until everything is certified and canvassed in the coming weeks. So it'll be interesting to follow that. At the same time, though, I think in the news world, we like to say no news is good news. And that's certainly good here tonight.
Something we touched on over the last couple of weeks because of ranked choice voting being on the ballot here in Idaho was the repeal that is happening and taking place, or the attempt to repeal the ranked choice voting, which is very similar to what Idaho was trying to do. Up in Alaska, and I was just looking that up right now, as far as the repeal, open primaries and ranked choice voting, it's a slim margin there as well. 50.5% in favor of the repeal, with 25% reporting, 49.5% against that repeal. So
that's very close.
It's very close. And again, only 25% reporting up in Alaska. But that was one of those states where we looked at, well, it's here. They seem to be happy with it. Well, we'll see at the end of the night.
I think there are several states that have ranked choice voting on the ballot in one form or another.
I think there's 6 or 7 of them.
Right, not exactly like ours.
Right. It is interesting, though, and as we take a look here, as you can see here at this point, with 71% of all of Idaho's votes in, the math is pretty simple that it doesn't look like there's a path to victory for yes on Prop 1. It is interesting, though, as you highlighted, that the ranked choice voting question does look different from state to state. If you take a look, though, at some of the money that was coming in to states, they're coming from the same groups. And as we reported on the 208 as part of our ad checks, literally millions of dollars came into Idaho and those other states that had ranked choice questions. It will be interesting now in terms of an investment, lens, what worked, what didn't work, and I guess what groups are now going to shy away from coming towards Idaho, or if they think that this is a state that's worth investing in. I know that the commentary becomes, oh, how do you buy Idaho? I think in this election, whether you support Prop 1 or not, the amount of money that came in for Proposition 1, it outweighed the anti-Proposition 1 money. And then you see what the result is. And, I'd love to talk to some political experts at the national level about, what does this say to them in terms of Idaho's politics and really what the temperature is on ranked choice voting.
Well, more money doesn't always equal winning.
No.
Right? We see that every cycle. There are candidates that were outspent by millions, but still managed to win. And in this case, the yes votes, how much money was spent and how many yes votes, that's an expensive vote. Yeah. You're paying a lot for each vote there.
Well, it's interesting that they complain about this money coming from outside. There wasn't a lot of complaining when it comes to school choice and the money coming in from outside.
Yeah, we'll see.
and then again, because that's not over yet.
Right.
No.
We'll see if they sing the same tune when this legislative session comes and there's lobbyists hanging around the State House and money coming in to promote this tax credit to get it passed through the State House.
A lot of sound bites that I heard over the last 6 months that'll be interesting to play them back in January to see how people feel. I do want to just add for our folks at home, no matter who the candidate you supported tonight, I have some great news. You will not be seeing political advertising. Like the commercials stopped airing, I think, at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten any texts from any presidential candidates. I don't know how they got my phone number.
And maybe I haven't been paying attention, but this year it seemed like a lot more than usual.
Oh, yeah. And, it's interesting, too, if you talk to viewers based on how they watch. We'll say just watch Channel 7, for example. We're on Channel 7 television, we're online, we're on KTVB+. Depending on what medium you watched, you saw a different, inundation of commercials. It's funny because people that were geo-locked into District 15, they got a lot of digital ads, and I saw Cody Galloway's stuff, I didn't see that where I lived. So it's interesting to me what was geo-locked and kind of what was seen and what was not seen.
Yeah. I spent the weekend in Nevada visiting friends.
Oh, okay.
I was so grateful that we're not in a swing state.
Yeah.
I mean, just the deluge of
Yeah,
ads,
that's true.
You know, oh my goodness.
There's that as well.
Yeah.
But the target ads is strictly or simply a thing here these days.
I also just want to touch on this now that the polls are closed and everything. It's your opinion if you thought Proposition 1 was confusing or not. And I know that one of the talking points was don't California-cate Idaho. I traveled to California a few weeks ago. You want to talk about confusing propositions? It was between every single TV show. I couldn't tell you what was any of the propositions. There was 100 of them. They were so confusing. So when I came home and it was just Prop 1, I was like, okay, well, at least I get that one.
Just, one to end
So
the
there you
HCR.
go.
Yeah. Well, as we're waiting to see what happens overall when it comes to the national race for who's going to be our next president, the GOP party in Ada County is wrapping up. Hunter Funk, I believe you're there to kind of same thing with the Democrats, kind of help them put away a few dishes, maybe stack some chairs for them, fold up some tablecloths. Hunter?
Yeah, they're putting me to work now. What's going on? I'm just playing. Everything has been super energetic here the entire night. I mean, they literally said we stayed past an hour of our stay, and the energy was still there. They were all waiting for Trump, so maybe they're going home to watch Trump speak. But yeah, energy was super high again. They felt like they took the win after Prop 1 not getting passed. They were really excited about that. Again, District 15, the one that they're really keeping their eyes on as things kind of change and move throughout the night. But yeah, easy to say. Energy was here. The only reason they didn't stick around was because we're past our time to be in this room at the hotel. So good news there. From there, we're just kind of waiting to hear from the candidates the next day on what's next.
All right.
Yeah, I think too. I'm not sure if people were expecting kind of like a definitive result tonight. And I don't know if we were expecting to hear from Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Again, we are expecting to hear from Donald Trump in the short term, but I've said that for an hour now.
Yeah, but it's still up in the air. There's still not that 270 yet. That's still not decided. Again, as you said, there's speculation that it could be there soon, but there's because some of these bomb threats in the swing states, polls have been pushed back a little bit. Therefore, counting has been pushed back a couple of hours in some of these places. So we don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 hours.
And I think we're really just waiting on the state of Pennsylvania right now.
Okay. Georgia's been called.
Georgia's been called. If Pennsylvania is called for the Republicans, the path to victory for Kamala Harris is extremely narrow to the point where Arizona may not matter.
Yeah,
Nevada
is it
may not
19
matter.
In Pennsylvania? Is that how many we're looking at?
Right, and
it is 19.
It is 19, and I think the former President Trump's at 249.
247.
247. So
yeah,
when you do the math there, it's getting closer and closer. Again, there are still votes coming in. There are still tallies to add to the Electoral College. You mentioned Alaska. Alaska a little bit behind us. I think for the most part, their results are coming in right now. Alaska is a state that you need to include into the Electoral College. For example, if the former president gets Alaska and Pennsylvania, that's it.
I was just hearing our producer telling me that NBC is making that call for Pennsylvania right now for Trump.
Oh, okay.
NBC has, AP has yet to do that. So we're still waiting. So again, they're not all the same. They have different gauges and measures on how they decide to call the races. But NBC right now is calling Philadelphia for Donald Trump, former President Pennsylvania, excuse me.
You and I both have been doing that.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So that could, as you said, that could shut that window.
Yeah, and it's something that you can have as many exit polls, you can have as many polls leading up to the election as possible. I heard a pundit on TV say this morning, there's a great poll coming out. It's called the election, and that's the only poll that's going to matter. I think the nation's going to look at the electoral map and take a look at the politics over the last 4 years. It's interesting, I saw a comment floating around on social media about how if you take a look at international elections, around the world, this cycle has kind of been about change and kind of that final pushback of what happened in 2020. It appears that the United States of America could fit into this global conversation of, I guess, you don't want to call it frustration because that's too simple of a word, but you look at international elections, there's been a lot of changes over the last 4 years, and you do wonder how much of that goes to government response to COVID, how much that goes to inflation. It's interesting when you talk to American voters, are they more interested in the meat and potato issues, literally going to the supermarket and paying their gas bill, or they're more concentrated on the social issues? We've had so many conversations about women's health rights, abortion rights. Here in the state of Idaho, and the conversations from state to state do look very different. So I think as a nation, we're getting a very interesting picture of where we stand here today. I know there's always questions about, are you voting for the candidate? Are you voting for the issues? I'll be really interested to hear from voters across the country.
And I think that there's been a mixed bag when it comes to abortion rights as well. We saw Florida had one on the ballot. That one failed. Yeah. I haven't been able to keep track of the others, but there were 9 states, I believe, that had some sort of abortion rights on the ballot, and I'm just trying to look that up to see what the results are here, to see kind of where that leans. But right after, in 2022, it seems a couple of states kind of put that in their constitution. I think it was Ohio. There were a couple of places that were going to consider it.
Arizona?
Kansas.
Yeah.
Kentucky?
So, as you mentioned, it's one of those things where the whole point was it's now up to the states, so they're kind of sorting that out right now.
It looks like the abortion questions have passed in Nevada and Missouri and Montana and New York.
In New York, yes. I saw New York's earlier, but did
the
not in
others
Florida.
have either lost or we don't know yet.
All right, well, let's see. 12:10, how long are we going to wait until former President Trump decides to speak?
Well, it's 2:10 where they are.
Yeah, and for the last several rallies that he has held, he's been late to all of them. So who knows what that time frame looks like for him tonight. As you mentioned, he was kind of making his way there. I don't know what he's waiting on. If there is, again, it is only 2:48 to 2:14 when it comes to electoral votes. So far, it looks like popular votes, 51% to 47% in favor of the former president. So we're waiting for that to see if he comes up to that stage or is going to make any sort of speech or some sort of, I guess,
remarks. I don't think it's going to be a situation of him saying, I'm the president of the United States.
I think we're going to, but I don't know.
But we don't know.
We don't know. Oh. And that could come at any moment. And as you said, don't expect to hear anything from Kamala Harris tonight. But it has been relatively a good sweep for the GOP in Idaho. Would you not agree, Dr. Witt?
Oh, I would agree. It's been a powerful night for the Republicans in Idaho and nationally. It looks like the Senate has flipped back to Republican control. And, we'll see what this competitive district here in Ada County ends up being about. I was checking the election night progress meter on the Ada County elections actually has gone down. They had 98% progress, and now it's back down to 97.6.
Well, that would be that hiccup, I guess.
I would think those must be those 18,000 ballots they pulled out to recheck. So we may not know who won in District 15 until after those ballots have been recalibrated.
Could be several hours for that to happen as well, as those 18,500 ballots had to be recounted because of a discrepancy in the numbers. As you're looking at some of the races in District 15, Steve Birch holding a 2-point lead over Annette Tipton there. Steve Birch, the incumbent, the Democratic incumbent. Some of the others across the bottom of your screen have been cycling through for tonight. HGR 5 passing with a lot, 71% reporting there. So everything's kind of shaping up as we have been reporting up to this point, not really changing much. CUNA School District getting that supplemental levy, looks like 58%. So they've been trying to get that one passed for quite some time, or at least some sort of levy in CUNA. Yeah. Twin Falls also getting an approval, it looks like, unless they need, that supplemental set looks like it's that simple one in Gooding as well, and a simple majority in Twin Falls at 61%. So that is a success for a lot of school districts getting that supplemental levy this go-around.
And they're in some new uncharted territory, as we've alluded to, with the change in how Idaho's running elections, purely talking about dates. The opportunity to put school and property tax and all kinds of ballot questions for your local municipalities.
Used to be March and August?
Yeah, so now it's May or November.
Right.
And there are different schools of thought on this, but when you have a presidential election and you have so many people going out to vote for that, you will have people, as you can take a look at the Caldwell School District there, 54% saying yes, 46% no. That is 25% reporting, as we saw in Canyon County. A lot of ballots were sitting at the Canyon County Elections Office, so we'll hold off on making any smart calls on that one. But as I was trying to allude to there, And what Dr. Witt says, I agree with, where if people don't really know what the question is, they'll just say no. You know, I like how life is going right now. I don't need any changes. I'll just vote no on this. It's interesting because, you know, one of the schools of thought for the schools was if you have these March and August election dates and you know that your ballot measure is just on that and there's nothing else to draw people out to the polls, you have a pretty clean path for just your supporters to show up. It's a lot different of a situation now, and I know that at the legislature, when there was the debate over, you know, the laws that changed how Idaho's election calendar works, there was critics that said, you know, this is going to make sure that, you know, nothing ever passes on the ballot, especially if it's something that's 2/3 majority. So tonight is really the first test of that, especially with such a major turnout. I mean, you heard the Secretary of State, you heard the clerk say, I mean, Idaho had a major turnout tonight, and I think a lot of that would likely be Proposition 1 driving it. But I can't wait to talk to the voters in the coming weeks. I have a lot of questions for our friends out in the communities.
Well, it's helpful to remember that we are almost alone in the United States at having that high of a threshold for a bond approval.
Yeah.
Right. So it's very difficult to get a bond passed if the levies are at 50%. That's a little easier. If the bond approval threshold came down to still a supermajority, maybe 55%,
Yeah.
a lot of the bond issues that are on the ballot would have passed if with a smaller supermajority. But often it's very hard to get a school bond passed with 66.
Yeah.
And it's almost impossible to get something that's not a school approved at 66.
Oh, like
So like a city
wastewater
hall.
infrastructure, city hall, yeah.
Well, wastewater, I think, is a little different because you have it's like under a different law. But yeah, I mean, you know, if we need a new jail, like in Canyon County, they've asked the voters, I don't know, maybe 4 times.
A bunch of times.
And they can't ever get that approved.
True.
Ada County too?
Ada County, yeah. They have since had, well, now they're trying to go around it a different way. But the school districts are saying, but this is the only way we can pay for our schools. If the legislature's not giving us, are still, what, 49th, 50th?
Yeah, depending on the metric, but yeah.
Depending on the metric, we're like Mississippi of the Northwest when it comes to school funding, bottom of the list. And people point to that as like, well, our only means is to take it to the voters if we're not getting it from the legislature or from any other means. But now, as you said, limiting those chances and putting it on a general election ballot means a lot more people saying, probably not.
Yeah.
And when you talk to lawmakers, too, and you take a look at the Constitution where it says, you know, you didn't have this fully funded, uniform system of public schools, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's a vague term.
Does that mean turning on the lights? Does that making sure that the lights, you know, stay on and are automatic lights? Just to have a very specific example, you know. But it's an interesting conversation, and with the new legislature that we will see coming up in January, I'm interested to see what the conversation will look like. Because at the same time, when you talk about school funding, school vouchers are going to be a huge conversation. And I know that our production team is doing a fantastic job going through all of the supplemental and all the levies going on television right now. I would be interested, though, if we could take another look at District 15 right now, because when you talk about school choice and you talk about the school choice vouchers, we know that Cody Galloway and Rick Just, that race in District 15 is going to be pretty crucial in terms of that conversation. As you can see here, and I'll have to look off screen, 80% reporting 52% for Cody Galloway, 48% for Rick Just. We are still waiting for that final batch of ballots from Ada County, and that will likely be the final deciding factor in this race. But as Cody Galloway has spent the last few years working still in that sphere, working still as a part of that group, I don't think it's a situation where she lost election and then she was out of the conversation. I know that there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes over the summer as we speak now. And when you talk about money coming in from out of state, the conversations and some of the sound bites that we heard from Prop 1, it'll be interesting to play those back in January, February, March, when we start to get some more of the ideas of, school choice and school funding. But yeah, it's where we are. It's interesting because it is a very different political world we're living in Idaho, and I think it's really in between the lines and the nuances. We're still very red. I think still, Proposition 1 failing shouldn't be surprising now that we've kind of had the results come in. But kind of the way things have played out, it is different than we've seen in years past.
Conversely, looking up at State Senate District 6, that race with Dan Foreman, the incumbent, the Republican incumbent, continues to lose to Julia Parker, the Democratic candidate, about 52.5% to 47.5%. Looking at those results with about 681 votes separating the two. and 53% reporting. So whereas that's happening in Ada County, this is, and I don't know, I'm not familiar with what's happening in North Idaho. I don't know if there was a lot of money pushed into this race specifically, or if this is just a kind of grassroots, like Dan Foreman, we've had enough.
I think it's interesting because if you were to pull up the other District 6 legislative races, there are different outcomes. And I think Dan Foreman has certainly made the media, whether you support him or not, or agree with him or not. There's been a lot of conversation about him and a lot of conversation about things he did or did not say. We, on the 208, covered this at length, and it's interesting to see what the response has been. The interaction that Dan Foreman had, though, with the Democratic lawmaker who he wasn't even running against, she is losing her race tonight.
Yeah.
So it is interesting when you look at the players involved and the turnout, and again, it's different seats and it's Senate versus House, whatever. It is interesting, though, to me to see Dan Foreman trailing in that race, and then his opponent, Ms. Goodhart, she is trailing in her race.
She's going against Lori McCann, the incumbent, was also last couple of years was called a rhino of all things.
Yeah.
And she's representing a purple area up in Latah and Nez Perce County. She's winning her race, but she had to go against Lori McCann, who's kind of found her niche, it looks like, up in that area with the voters in those three counties.
And as we've covered at length on the 208, you know, Lori McCann was censured about some of the votes she made and the comments she made on the House floor. I can tell you, though, if you talk to Republican supporters in her area, she represents exactly what her voters want. Sometimes at the legislature, that puts her in tough positions. But if you talk to her supporters from her home district, they're very happy with her performance. So if this is not an indictment on Trish Carter Goodhart, I think this is more of Lori McCann is very well liked. And then you have people in the same communities voting on these races that say, you know, Lori McCann's one race, but Dan Foreman's a much different thing. So you can see the difference between candidates in terms of Foreman and McCann. And so I just think that would kind of explain the data on that we have so far.
Well, it could be that voters have an appetite for that kind of feistiness and that kind of brashness that Foreman represents. I mean, that is definitely Trump's style, and that appears to be going over favorably with a lot of voters. And maybe they like the forceful language.
And just looking at some of the Electoral College numbers, NBC is projecting that Trump has added a few more to his tally, it looks like.
Do they give him Wisconsin? I think Wisconsin and Pennsylvania were the two that were up for conversation. If Wisconsin did go to the former president.
Now, these are NBC.
These are NBC calls, by the way.
Yes.
The AP. And just a little bit of nuance for you. They're getting the same data. They have different algorithms in terms of figuring out path to victory, eliminating a candidate based on how many votes are out there. It's just like I guess an indicator of margin almost. Like they're getting the same numbers. So I saw some national conversations on like, why do these agencies have different numbers? They have the same numbers. It's just they have different algorithms and different, I guess, experts deciding how those numbers fit together. But they all come to the same conclusion in the end.
AP has Donald Trump with 248. NBC has him with 296. No, it's not 296. Excuse me. Just had the number up there, and it was not crossing the 270 threshold yet.
No.
I think it's 260 something.
I don't. The Washington Post still has Trump at 247.
247. So everybody's
and that was the Associated Press numbers we were just showing on that full screen as well. So
yeah.
If you're just joining us, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Hope you slept well. 12:23 local time here in the Mountain Time Zone. If you're wondering why are they still up, well, we are waiting for the former president to address a crowd in Florida. We understand that there is a large crowd at the Palm Beach Convention Center expecting to hear from Donald Trump at the beginning of the day, or even as recently as this afternoon. It was unclear if Kamala Harris or Donald Trump were going to address crowds tonight. We have heard from the Harris campaign that she will not address the crowd tonight. They were at Howard University for her watch party. We understand, though, from NBC News national coverage that they're standing by for Donald Trump to show up and speak at that event. We don't know what he would say. We don't know if he is waiting for numbers to come in.
266 is what as NBC has him. 266. The AP has them at 248.
So then, like the state of Nevada, for example, or the state of Alaska coming in to get a few more electoral college votes, that could put the former president over the top. So that might be something he's waiting for. At the same time, he's driving from Mar-a-Lago to Palm Beach. Maybe he hit traffic. I don't know what the traffic looks like at 2:30 in the morning. Well, I don't know. I don't know what they do out there in the morning.
Yeah, I don't know either. So that's what we're kind of waiting for this evening. We've been kind of giving you updates on what's happening here locally and then focusing on the national race, of course. But nationally, with the Idaho election, Congressman, the congressional seats stay the same with Simpson and Fulcher holding on to their spots. And then we're looking at these other legislative races within the state of Idaho. The commissioner spots in Ada County seem to have held together. And now I'm getting told it looks like former President Donald Trump is making his way to the stage in Palm Beach. We're going to take you there now to hear what he has to say.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. No, he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC, and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been
Well, I'll let you know that the former president and possibly soon-to-be president, Donald Trump, he is speaking at a party in Florida at the Palm Beach Convention Center. I think we're going to go back to it.
control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars. except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome back live here to the KTVB studio in Boise, Idaho. You just heard from the likely, almost assuredly, next president of the United States. Again, Donald Trump. Joe Paris joining me now. Hi, I'm Justin Court joining you. I'm going to be here all morning.
Not a few hours early, man. You don't usually start work till 5
Not
a.m.
at all tired. I love this. Love election day. Love election results.
Yeah.
So again, there you saw the top of the ticket. President Trump accepting, essentially celebrating his win there in the election. We're going to talk about some of the local races, some of the Idaho races that are important to you. Joe, you've been watching these results all night. Any big surprises, I guess? What are the big results you're seeing?
Yeah, I think, quickly, as we just heard from who likely will be the next president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, let's take a look at how the vote broke down here in the state of Idaho. Not particularly surprising, as it was essentially called I don't know, a handful of minutes after the polls closed up in North Idaho.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, a secure victory here in the state of Idaho, handful of electoral college votes, which do help towards the total of 270, close to, 440,000 Idahoans voting for Donald Trump to take another 4 years. I would like to be very clear. We just did hear from Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is currently at, technically in terms of the projections, 266 electoral college votes. You need 270 to win. I think at this point in the evening, we understand, though, that the writing is on the wall and that Donald Trump, after everything is kind of certified and patented down, he will be the next president of the United States of America. So we'll dig into that on the national stage coming up in the days and weeks to come. But back home in the state of Idaho, a few things that we want to talk about. I think one thing that was driving people to the polls alongside the presidential race was Proposition 1. And Proposition 1, Justin, is something that, as you can see on the screen now, it wasn't particularly close. 70% of Idahoans voted no on that, about 80% reporting here, but you can see the check mark. There's not a mathematical way for Proposition 1 to pass.
Now, this is something, this was sort of the big question on the ballot here in Idaho. A lot of the races were presumptive. You know, you expected red pretty much across the board. Did you expect it to be a blowout like this, or the fact that it really became more of a partisan issue with Republicans coming out against it, seemingly Democrats being for it, that it sort of signaled to voters, again, this is a Republican dominant state, signaled to those conservative voters that it's like, I got to vote against this?
I think there's a combination of things, and we'll find out as we interview voters in the coming days and weeks. I did hear from Idahoans on what I would say both sides of the traditional political spectrum that they did not like the idea because of the two different parts of Proposition 1. So I think one thing that I heard from voters was that they liked the idea of the open primary. Ranked choice voting, though, was something that they were not, super interested in, so it was a no for them. I do want to agree with what you said, though. I think this did become such a talking point for Idaho Republicans across the state of Idaho that we need to vote no on Proposition 1. And you can understand from the hold that the Republican Party has on Idaho, Proposition 1 would have likely taken a hit on that, and it would have changed the way that elections worked in Idaho, such to a significant extent that some of the strongholds or some of the swing districts, it would be more difficult for certain Republicans to win. So I think as you see the party and under Chair Dorothy Moon, you see the direction it's been moving over the last several years. You can understand why there was so much political pressure from the Idaho GOP and really all of their affiliated groups to push back against Proposition 1. I mean, they're protecting their political establishment. And whether you agree with Proposition 1 or not, you can understand why the Idaho Republican Party was so concentrated on protecting the establishment. I go back to what Dorothy Moon said. I think, and it's actually funny because you can go back 20, 25 years about the open primaries conversation in Idaho. It's the same talking point. But GOP Chair Dorothy Moon had said, BYU shouldn't be able to pick the quarterback for Boise State if they're playing football. So I think that's a talking point that did resonate with Republicans, and with so many Republicans that I spoke with that were excited to go vote for Donald Trump, this was kind of an added bonus to go out to the polls. I love talking to voters, and over the last several weeks, I had spoken to self-described lifelong Republicans, and I asked them, very genuinely, why do you think it's important for you to go to the polls if you know that Donald Trump's going to win the state of Idaho no matter what? And one of the gentlemen I spoke with, he said, that's why we do the votes. Is because we can't just listen to polls. We can't just guess who's going to win. I wanted to show up and I wanted to vote for who I want to be president. And I really appreciated that answer because somebody had said that in an interview on our show earlier tonight, that you have these rights, and if you're not utilizing them, that's how you lose them.
On the other big ballot measure on Idaho ballots, HJR 5.
HJR 5, yeah.
Yeah, we can take a look at the results for that. The constitutional amendment, again, the other side of this is something that the Republican establishment got very much behind, and there you see that passing by almost a supermajority.
Yeah, and I don't think that's very surprising at all. What I was surprised to see is that Proposition 1 had more negative votes than HJR 5 had yes votes. percentage-wise. So that's just interesting. I know that there are folks that have wondered, how does that change voting in Idaho? How does that change laws in Idaho? Effectively, it doesn't. It does change the wording of the Idaho Constitution, which is an important thing. Anytime you change the Constitution, it's important to note. So we'll see. I do want to do one more look at some of the very close legislative races, and I'm not sure if we have graphics for everything at this point in the night, and I really appreciate our behind-the-scenes crew that has been working so hard and keeping all this look so fresh throughout the night. District 6 is something that we have been following since early tonight when results started to come out. District 6 is a race between Dan Foreman and Julia Parker, and as you can see here, this one is essentially, deadlocked. 42% reporting, this is from the Associated Press, the incumbent Dan Foreman with a very narrow margin right now that he is trailing. Justin, you're the math expert here. That's less than 100 votes.
Yeah, less than 100 votes with 20,000 votes in there. So we could be looking at a runoff there. Dan Foreman, a guy making headlines earlier this year. That's probably a factor. Maybe in that race, yeah, just 77 votes there separating those two. That race for state Senate spot up in northern Idaho. Here's really sort of the most battleground district, you could say, certainly in our area, and the state District 15, this sort of West Boise.
And you can, and I know that we don't have this up on screen, so just take my word for it. You can draw a line from north to south right down the center of this West Boise District 15, and it would be split. With everybody on the west side voting for Cody Galloway, everybody on the east side voting for Rick Just, and by everybody I mean the majority. Sure. Obviously, it's not everybody, but we're
it's close to a majority.
It's close
there,
to a
though.
majority
Yeah,
there.
absolutely.
Yeah. So District 15 certainly interesting. Again, this one is very close. Cody Galloway, though, is inching out ahead with 80% reporting. I know we're waiting for the final batch of ballots from Ada County to be processed. I do understand that those should be published here very shortly. So Cody Galloway looking like she will earn her way back into the legislature. Again, looking at Dan Foreman and Julia Parker there. I am also interested to look at District 15 for Representative A. There's a close race between Steve Birch and Annette Tipton. Steve Birch narrowly ahead by about 300 votes. That one, though, there it is right there. Very interesting to me that Steve Birch and Rick Just essentially have very similar campaigns run against them. One appears to be successful. One appears that it may not. Again, 310 vote margin with 80% reporting. The math is possibly still there for Annette Tipton to gain 300 votes. It would be unlikely, but we would be able to see that. And then staying in District 15, Dory Healy and Sherry Baber right there. You can see Dory Healy has had a narrow advantage throughout the night. That one now has grown to about 1,200 votes. So a little bit further for Dory Healy. One other area I wanted to take a look at would be District 26. This would be up in the Blaine County area, and Lincoln County as well. It kind of is one of those split districts. Up in District 26 for Representative A, the incumbent Ned Burns now trails Mike Pahanka, who is the Republican. He trails by, doing math, about 1,100 votes there, or 1,000 votes there. So there you go, 4,000. Oh, okay, a little bit of an update there. So Ned Burns trailing Mike Pahanka. And if you look at Representative,
only reporting 27%.
Yeah,
there,
I've got actually different results in front of me, so we'll circle back to that one as more comes in.
That would be a huge upset if that's correct. But again, that's a district that's really split. Northern part of it closer, very much Democrat. Southern part very much Republican. So it's possible that those are the numbers early. If the Fairfield area, if their votes got in first. Sort of around the area, and I don't know if we're going to have graphics for these, but for Ada County commissioners, that's going to stay Republican, with both Daley and Davidson retaining their seats. It looks like Ada County Sheriff, looks like Clifford will still be the sheriff there, edging out the constitutional. Caldwell Schools levy, at last check, that was passing. That was a levy that we had reported. There you see the Ada County Sheriff there. Yeah, that's Clifford running away with it. There's that supplemental levy for the Caldwell School District. A slight lead there of 5%, but it looks like that will pass. They say that money would go to staff and to bring back SROs, which they had to cut for budgetary reasons.
And it failed in May for the first time in 40 years.
Failed in May, and you saw a lot of, well, at least a number of levies on the ballot where it failed, and they were trying again. It looks like CUNA is maybe going to pass as well, the school district levy there. They said that would go to staff as well. There you see that 98% reporting, so with some confidence. Probably we can say that that will pass for CUNA as well. They say that's going to go to staff and teachers. We've also talked about the Nampa Auditorium District, that funding for the Ford Idaho Center and their other auditoriums, their event centers in Nampa. There you see that. Looks like that's gonna pass. Creation and a board of directors for that auditorium district to sort of run those event centers and auditoriums in Nampa. As far as fire levies, looks like Middleton's was going to pass. By the way, good job for folks in the booth getting these numbers up there as I'm just flying through these. Hey, there they go again.
Random order.
They are fast fingers back there. Yeah, that Middleton fire levy. No, I'm sorry, I had that wrong. Looks like that, well, 50% reporting, we can't call that yet, but right now, pretty comfortable lead for the nose on that. Star had a fire levy as well. That's just right next door to Middleton. Looks like that is almost assuredly going to be a no at this point. 98% reporting right now at 1:05 in the morning. That one failing. What else did I have? Oh, the Ada County Highway District. For a guy like me who reports on growth and roads a lot, these are sort of big questions, maybe bigger positions than people might expect in other races in other communities. At last check, Patricia Nilsson, yeah, that had been called. She was going to beat Antonio Bomarito, almost a supermajority of the votes there. And then here's the other race, Alexis Pickering holding on to her spot against Rebecca Arnold, who is sort of a mainstay in Ada County politics. So Pickering will hold on to that. Both of those candidates talking about impact funds, pedestrian bicycle safety, safety overall. Pickering also running on more and safer roads. So we'll see how that plays out and how it might affect your commute here for the next few years. Joe, I ran through sort of all the things that sort of stood out to me.
Sure.
Anything else we didn't cover?
Yeah, I think as we start to round off our coverage here, one thing I do want to talk about is the congressional races here in the state of Idaho. I know there was really no, I guess, mystery about who is going to win those races tonight. Both of the Republicans winning their districts. And I think another thing that wasn't necessarily on the ballot in Idaho, but will be interesting, we understand that the Republicans are going to take the Senate. As you can take a look at the incumbent, Representative Russ Fulcher, a sizable victory over the field there. Kaylee Peterson, though, did get a good little chunk there. Mike Simpson, again, beating David Roth again. But with the Republicans poised to take the Senate in D.C., the interesting conversation for Idaho comes down to Mike Crapo and Jim Risch, because both senators are now going to be chairs of major committees heading into next year. For Senator Crapo, I think we'll be looking at the Senate Finance Committee. Right. There's been a lot of talk from Donald Trump, who appears to be the next president. There's been a lot of talk from Donald Trump's camp about cutting taxes, putting America back to work. You know, it depends what camp you're in, if you're in favor of those taxes and who's being taxed or not. So it'll be interesting because Idaho will be a part of a very major committee with Senator Crapo. And then Senator Risch on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the ranking member now with the Senate taking over, he'll end up being the chair again. With what we're seeing in the Middle East and what we're seeing overseas, and as we heard from Donald Trump a short time ago, you know, the president saying, I don't really want to start any more wars. In fact, I would like to stop all wars. it'll be interesting to see how Donald Trump will handle a situation like the war in Ukraine, the situation in the Middle East, whatever else could pop up. Of course, there's still ongoing tensions with Iran. So we had Senator Risch join us for an extended interview a matter of weeks ago, and something that he said to me, and I feel comfortable repeating this at this time, and he said it in the interview, now that I remember correctly. He told me that he believes that on Donald Trump's first day in office, he's going to sign an executive order that would prevent the Lava Ridge wind project from happening out in eastern Idaho. So
down in Minidoka County.
Down in Minidoka County. So there are some Idaho, I guess some Idaho tie-ins with the national stories with the United States Senate and with what appears Donald Trump being reelected as president. Idaho is going to see some interesting, I guess, results.
Right.
So we'll find out, though. You know, I do appreciate what one of the voters said in our interviews. You know, about we vote because this is what we want to do, and this is what we have our right to do, and we will now see what that translates to. So we'll wrap up here tonight. Again, we'll wrap up the presidential election. I think we'll take a full screen right now. To be very clear, no news agencies, or I should say, no major news agencies have called the presidential race on the national level. We can tell you that Donald Trump almost an immediate victory in Idaho. We, though, will follow this into the early morning, and by early morning, we are already in the early morning, so I guess the later early morning. Justin, what's on tap?
And also by we, you mean me, because, brother, you got to go home.
Yeah, well.
You got to go get some rest if that's possible, but yeah. Maggie and I and the whole Wake Up Idaho crew, and if you want to stick around, Joe, we'd love to have you. We're going to continue to bring you these results. Again, some of those races still in question, still kind of waiting for the votes. Some of them very, very, very close. Might be headed for runoffs, but we'll have the absolute latest for you coming up in updates throughout the morning. So as you continue to watch KTVB, NBC, we'll be popping in for that, and we'll continue to run results right here on KTVB Plus. Thank you all for joining us. Have a great morning. Thank you for joining us here on KTVB Plus very early in the morning here on Wednesday after election night. And as you may have heard already, but we can now say that Donald Trump will be the next president of these United States. NBC calling that just a few moments ago. He has secured enough states and enough electoral college votes that you can see here at 277 to pass that 270 threshold. His opponent, Kamala Harris, is 224 at this point. He may amass even more electoral college votes and likely will, but right now he has passed the threshold. All he needs to be the next president of the United States. That is final. He's also right now winning the popular vote, about 70 million to about 66 million to Harris's. Trump also winning Idaho by a wide margin as expected, a supermajority there, about 66% to just a little more than 30% for Harris. So again, Donald Trump, the former president, will be president again of the United States. If you want more election results, we have that for you right now at KTVB.com. We're going to have an update for you with some focus on those results and reaction to your local Idaho results, especially on Prop 1 here in about a little more than a half an hour. Also on KTVB. Stay tuned for that. Again, we'll go back to the results streaming live now here on KTVB Plus. Welcome to this KTVB update. I'm Justin Core.
And I'm Maggie O'Mara. You've been watching NBC's national election coverage overnight. Former President Donald Trump has won the presidency. He just surpassed 270 electoral votes this morning. He also carried Idaho, which is no surprise.
Both Idaho Congressmen Russ Fulcher and Mike Simpson also retained their seats by pretty wide margins. And let's take you through some of the big results here in Idaho.
Proposition 1, it has failed. The ballot measure would have opened primaries and created ranked choice voting.
Idaho Speaker of the House Mike Moyle talked about it last night. We may be able to hear from him. He essentially said that he just hates it, says that they wanted to talk about ranked choice voting. He called it ranked, said it stunk, hoped that it died, and take a look at the results right here. It looks like that's what happened here. Some analysts had this passing. Many had it being close. It was neither of those things. Prop 1 fails by massive margin, 69 to 31%.
So Speaker Moyle and the other Republicans who spoke out against this initiative are celebrating this morning. And the people who worked to pass the measure, they're trying to stay positive.
Luke Mayville, the spokesperson for Idahoans for Open Primaries, said in a statement, quote, "We are full of pride that we dared to take on the biggest structural problem facing Idaho, the closed primaries. It's never easy to reform a broken system, but one thing is clear to us after talking with hundreds of thousands of voters, even if Idahoans did not support our specific proposal, the vast majority believe the closed primary system is broken," end quote. He went on to say that it's only a matter of time before Idahoans demand reform.
And the other major issue on the ballot was HJR 5. This passes with a vote of 65% to 35%. This prohibits people who are not U.S. citizens from voting in elections in Idaho. That was already the law for political elections, but this will change the state constitution now.
Let's take you through more local election results in the race for Ada County Sheriff. Matt Clifford hanging on to his position with a massive win right there, 76 to 24% over constitutional candidate Doug Traubel. Sheriff Clifford said some of his priorities would be community policing, the mental health crisis, and also fiscal responsibility.
And a lot of people watching the races for 2 ACHD seats. Patricia Nilsson won her race for Zone 1 fairly easily with more than 65% of the vote. In Zone 2, Alexia Pickering, she held on to her spot with almost 56% of the vote there. Both candidates said they'd focus on safer roads in the future.
On to the Caldwell School District levy. This is still too close to call right now. This levy asking voters to vote on a property tax measure that supporters said would directly affect the quality of education within the district. That includes daily operations like transportation, facility maintenance, and also school resource officers. It will also be used to fund student athletics. That right now on the way to passing 55 to 45%, but only half of the precincts reporting.
That's right, just 50% in so far. The Kuna School District also had a levy on the ballot. This is also a property tax measure. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. 98% reporting right now. This will help maintain 37 current teachers, add 6 new teachers, which would help reduce class sizes and pay for students' technology and textbooks. If the levy fails, the district would have to cut $3.2 million, but it looks like it's on its way
down
passing.
into the Magic Valley. Yes, the Twin Falls School District passed its levy 61 to 39% there. This asking voters for $7.2 million to support school safety. Again, new SROs and guards, as well as extracurricular activities for staff. We'll have another local elections update for you in about a half an hour. Welcome to this KTVB update. I'm Justin Core.
And I'm Maggie O'Mara. You have been watching NBC's national election coverage. Former President Donald Trump is the president-elect this morning. He defeated Vice President Harris overnight, officially surpassing 270 electoral votes. The Republicans also gained control of the Senate.
Also, both Idaho Congressmen Russ Fulcher and Mike Simpson retained their seats by pretty wide margins. Now let's take you through some of the big results right here in Idaho.
Proposition 1, Prop 1, that has failed. The ballot measure would have opened primaries and created ranked choice voting in Idaho.
Here's what Idaho Speaker of the House Mike Moyle had to say about it last night.
I hate Prop 1. They want to talk about stuff, but it's ranked choice voting is what it is, and it will ruin Idaho. So hopefully it goes down. The key word there is rank. It stinks, and so hopefully it dies.
And that's what happened. Some analysts had this passing. Many had it being close. It was not. Prop 1 fails by a vote of 69 to 31%. That's with about 93% of the vote in there now. So we can call it pretty much final.
Speaker Moyle and the other Republicans who spoke out against this initiative are celebrating this morning, and the people who worked to pass the measure, they are trying to stay positive.
Luke Mayville, the spokesperson for Idahoans for Open Primaries, said in a statement, quote, "We are full of pride that we dared to take on the biggest structural problem facing Idaho." Again, this is a quote, the closed primaries. "It's never easy to reform a broken system, but one thing is clear to us after talking with hundreds of thousands of voters. Even if Idahoans did not support our specific proposal, the vast majority believe the closed primary system is broken," end quote. He went on to say that it's only a matter of time before Idahoans demand reform.
The other major issue on the ballot was HJR 5. This passes, and this prohibits people who are not U.S. citizens from voting in elections here in Idaho. That was already the law for political elections, but this will change the state constitution now.
Let's take you through a few more local election results in the race for Ada County Sheriff Matt Clifford. Hangs on to his position with a massive win. 76% of the vote is what he got over constitutional candidate Doug Traubel. Sheriff Clifford said some of his priorities would be community policing, the mental health crisis, and also fiscal responsibility.
And a lot of people watching the races for 2 ACHD seats. Patricia Nilsson won her race for Zone 1 fairly easily with more than 65% of the vote. In Zone 2, Alexis Pickering held on to her spot with more than 56% of the vote there. Both candidates said they would focus on safer roads in the future.
On to the Caldwell School District levy. This is one a lot of people are following over there in Canyon County. Levy asked voters to vote on a property tax measure that supporters said would directly affect the quality of education there. That includes daily operations like transportation, facility maintenance, and also school resource officers. It would also be used to fund student athletics. This one not final yet. Right now, just half of the precincts reporting, but it is on the way to passing at least 55 to 45% right now.
The Kuna School District also had a levy on the ballot.